chance to do some damage, but Karan just swings out a little bit wider, adjusts a little bit faster, and every single weapon taken out of the hands here of Hunt Thieves.
And that's
GEN.G, 3-0 start.
An attack side bonus for GEN.G. That's crazy.
Not something that you see every day. Oh. Flashed up, man has no idea where he's going. Just plows forward into the wall. It's like a human car crash. Just smashes into it.
It's an eco round now. 400 Thieves, but defender side on ascent. See it all the time. Teams are able to string together some thrifties. GEN.G is doing their diligence, just making sure there's any push outs they're accounted for, because 100 Thieves definitely will get aggressive. See Asuna trying to push this angle with a stinger. Seeing if maybe he can catch somebody up close and personal. Maki is there, but Flash just backs him off. And you bang, tucked up on top. See if that's going to be read by Texture. He's at least potentially suspecting it.
Smoke coming through, and he's just going to go ahead and spray across. The counter spray does confirm presence, but cannot find that kill. Now Meteor going to be dealt with over here in B main. Weapon recovered. EU just looking to back away. Flash catching, but Busio reinforcing. Tucked away now. Good early advantage here for 100 Thieves.
And it's huge. Texture being so weak makes that entry way more difficult. 100 Thieves doing a good job keeping themselves from taking much damage. The fragment.
Just a little bit of damage across there. Asuna just spraying, trying to see if he can find anything. 0 point in the meantime, checking that there's no lurker over in wine. Plan coming through, dash across, Asuna able to find one. Karan going to be taken down, Locky up, pushing forward, cannot steady that aim. Busio gets the headshot, which in the corner, Munchkin finds one, finds himself a second. 3 overall, but now Texture all on his lonesome, 24 HP. Tries for the readjust, Busio still here at having the backup plan for the team. Texture will find one, but bang, will put him down. 100 Thieves getting themselves here on the board. The MasterCard Thrifty.
Yeah, huge stuff from 100 Thieves. Able to win some big battles out in the open, doing a ton of damage in the early parts of the round. And EU, oh, he catches Meteor. It's a bait and switch from Market. Nicely done there. And the drop down from Asuna, so well timed. The Sheriff so strong. Get the reveal on the behind generator player, and Texture has to swing out wide to try to cover that plant position. With the tap, he has to respect it because the smoke is there. He can't just assume that they had pulled off. And that's great. Great push and pull from 100 Thieves. Now let's see what GEN.G wants to do. They're going in hard.
Yep, rushing up over the top. TP forward from Karan, gets himself situated over at Boats. The Hunter's Fury just fishing for any kind of tags. Nothing going to be noted there. Nothing caught. It's Cryo. Peek out of the smoke, tries to get the flick, can't make it happen. Meteor at the same time, able to find Busio. Spraying through, just looking to hold them back, looking to hold them at bay. Cryo on the repeat, doesn't manage to find one, but bang now. Dealt with, dead. Cryo finds his second, but he's down to 12 HP.
Who could have predicted
And GEN.G just decided to up the pace. They drop a Thrifty. They push the accelerator.
Well, this feels like the game plan for GEN.G here today against this 100 Thieves team is to push the pace on their attacker side. Is to don't give 100 Thieves any breathing room. Don't give them time to figure themselves out. And it's a great combination of the Hunter's Fury, Texture dashing in, and the TP from Karan to gain this crossfire from B main into the back site. They deal with Busio quickly. Great recognition here from Meteor, because Busio had slipped in to the lane position, and he was dealt with. That could have been the backbreaker for GEN.G in that round. But Meteor, so aware. Now they've got a lockdown versus lockdown.
Here.
Do have the no command from Munchkin. Cryo does have the Blade Storm, so he's going to invest in that in this round. GEN.G once again against a Thrifty, being cautious, making sure that there is no early aggression, especially with that Blade Storm. You got to worry about that up and over off a contact from the turret or something like that.
Turret cleared out, 0 point the check forward. It's a suppression here on the Busio, still holding, and Meteor swings right into it. Texture at the same time, though, able to find Cryo. Looks like Lakia suspicious that Bang is going to be sat back here in wine, but weapon recovered. Busio able to collect that. There's no other presence over towards B.
And this is something 100 Thieves loves to do. Tuck players in corners, try to catch you off guard. It's red.
Shock dart fragment, now lobbed in. Bang is just dead to rights, no way out. Smart read here from the side of Gen.G, but not out of the woods yet. Asana, tuck back, pushing forward, spraying through. Lakia trying to hound him down, but switch has been hit, but door has been broken.
30 seconds left.
This pop flash gonna be sent through. Lakia able to turn away from it, gets so much spray damage across onto Busio while blinded. And that just takes away the hero rifle. Recovery here from EU, scoops it up. But now he's just tucked into the corner. They're just swinging forward. They want this man dead. So EU tries to backpedal. The drone to check, the pull away. Does he just save it? Or does he try to deal some damage? One off that Hunter's Fury. Looks like just any kind of exits that he can get, but otherwise wants to just tuck back and keep that Phantom in his possession.
I think Gen.G here so weak, they don't want to give up any more kills. They know that that Hunter's Fury is one away.
Texture's pushing for it a little bit.
Oh, we saw him.
Yep, quick little jump peek there. Able to spot it out.
Whoa.
Texture trying to rush this down, but EU will collect the kill. Take a look back, and I mean, just the awareness to just spray through in the bench and take down Cryo.
I mean, it's something that Gen.G has shown us so far in this match is they've done their homework. They understand some of the ways that 100 Thieves likes to position themselves, because 100 Thieves doesn't play a lot of what you would call traditional default. They're kind of active on the map. They're moving players around.
Sure.
They're trying to tuck players like Busio into corners, like Bang, into wine, as we saw in that previous round. Sometimes Busio will go out in the mid and hide himself right underneath that box that's short, things like that, that you have to be so aware of. And Gen.G is, so far. I mean, Bustio's winning some great battles, 1v1s against Meteor. That's great, that's huge. But the rest of Gen.G is doing a great job working this map and finding 100 Thieves positions. And it's tough sometimes to read 100 Thieves as well, because they're not always kind of playing like the agents in the positions you expect them. Like, it's not gonna be Asana in tree all the time. He's rotating around the map, he's being really active. Sometimes it's EU there with the Sova covering that angle. Sometimes it's Bang. So they're really difficult to get a read on, but Gen.G so far has, and that's impressive. They've really done a great job prepping for this match, and that credit has to go to Solo and HSK for getting them ready so far.
Well, there's timeout called. See what the adjustments look like here for 100 Thieves. A rough go of it so far on this defensive side. Another ult built up. EU with that final kill, able to get the Hunter's Fury ready.
Get out of my
If
way.
it comes into play, if he's just going to be saving it, waiting for that lockdown from Meteor.
Yeah, he's looking for that Hunter's Fury angle off the recon dart. Gen.G wise to it.
Alarm bot. Not going to get cleared. Flash into the face of Texture.
Blocking sight.
Overall, looking fairly nonplussed. Tailwind now going to be popped, pushing forward, and cannot get the knives through. Bang, steadying the aim. Comes up with two. Texture and Karen both going to be taken down. Cryo peeking into it towards B. Finds Meteor. Very solid start here for 100 Thieves. Only losing out on one player so far. Lakia and Munchkin now left scratching their heads.
It's going to be tough. Seeing if they can find some space, but Munchkin about to be challenged. Huge from Cryo.
Clean with a shot. Looking for the finisher, pushing forward. Doesn't read that Lakia is going to be that far forward. Ends up getting taken down. Lakia spotting out one, but decides to back away. Tap onto the spike. Clear on the recon. No. Does get pinged. Dart's now going to be flying at his feet. Gets the plant down. Is able to get that money at least, but EU clean it up once more. 100 Thieves will find themselves a second round win.
Yeah, it's just a great hold in market by Bang. He's so steady in positions like that. So difficult to displace, and there's no utility that's able to get in there to make Texture's attack into that position easier. And Texture whiffs a bit on the blades, and that's an easy 2K. And the follow-up.
He's been doing that lately.
I know, you're absolutely right. I have noticed that as well. It's been a little bit off compared to what his normal self. He's normally quite clean with the blades.
Well, a big round here for 100 Thieves. Now big ultimates as they look to try to get 2 rounds consecutively. Everything aside from their own Blade Storm available for them. Recon looking for the ping. Gets the spot out on the one. It's going to be a back off here.
And
Hunter's Fury not coming through.
yeah, saving it for the lockdown, it feels like.
You don't want to open it up on a jet.
Also that. Bit of an attempted bait from Gen.G. So both Hunter's Furies, both lockdowns there. Counters are available. Gen.G is really trying to work the map, trying to clear the alarm bot in mid. Will it land? Oh, it's too far. Forward position, not gonna catch it. So now they're gonna put the smoke down. It's right inside of that smoke.
Yeah, not really gonna be able to avoid it. Blind TP forward into pizza. Munchkin sending the flash in here towards 3. Fragment instantly coming through Asuna. Looking to stave him off. Forces them back. Again, attempted the entry, but bang in the same position. Gets the same players, but this time he gets Munchkin on top. Lockdowns committed from both sides. But this round, out of Gen.G's hands. Lock-it out in mid, able to find one, the peak coming through. But I don't think they're gonna read EU whatsoever. And they do not. Lock-it again, last man standing. Just sat here on short. Spike stranded over at market.
Left.
Seeing if he can get away with anything. Time dwindling. Let's see if anybody's gonna go for it. Yeah, there's the spot. Makia trying to get away. Still have Cryo to consider.
Found them.
Sends out the recon. Do they push forward? No. Not fast enough to be able to find the punish. So Lockett will be able to carry over the weapon. Economy's still decent for the side of Gen.G, but bang. Just in this position, back to back. Shutting down these rounds, shutting down these market takes.
And we've seen some mental mistakes from Gen.G today, as good as they've been. You know, the thing about the lockdown in the previous map, where it caught all the players, and here, this round, just not accounting for the fact that Bang's in the exact same spot. I mean, that's something that somebody should be checking for.
Revealing area.
At least doing a quick peek to see.
Charon, far forward here. Doesn't put any damage back there onto Asuna. He just gets whittled away at Boosie at the same time. Back over across the map, getting tagged down to 57.
This is 100 Thieves in their element, when they're able to push out towards the mains, take control of the extremities of the map like they have, tuck Boostio in a corner. Things like this is what makes them so difficult to read, because they're all over the map trying to catch you off guard.
Here.
And it's starting to work. And now it's Gen.G's turn to find the response, to find the counter to it. Lakia does have an Odin to back up that Hunter's Fury. Both lockdowns were used, so still those Hunter's Furies could be invested to find picks.
Push down Cat. EU at the same time. Jiggle peeking back over at spawn. 0 point. Not quite going where he wanted it to. Doesn't gain much information. EU quick to rotate over. Decides to hold on to the dart for a little bit longer. Section gets himself up into window. And Munchkin not reading that he's being shot at whatsoever. Section now does come in. Manages to find that backstep and cannot displace Asuna, who holds down the site. 3 kills for him and shut on the door.
30 seconds
Meteor.
left.
Make his presence known. Does find that one, but they're both stacked up. And neither will fall. 100 Thieves now 1 round away from tying things up at 5-5.
Yeah, and now the utility exchanges are starting to go 100 Thieves' way. They're not really getting caught out by Gen.G, especially Munchkin's utility. Munchkin there just completely sandwiched, not aware that EU could be coming so quick. Something you have to be aware of with 100 Thieves. They're really fast to react to open space and try to punish you. And this brings out a timeout from Gen.G. Wants to see if they can get this back in their favor. Because already, look, normally you'd say, you get 5 rounds in attacker's half an ascent, you're having a pretty good half.
Sure.
Generally. Gen.G.
Not a poor position to be in by any means,
Yeah.
but the mistakes that are being seen right here compared to the start of the map, that's the biggest concern for Gen.G. And 100 Thieves, again, we saw them starting to ramp up over on Icebox. You know that if you give them that momentum, they are going to just take you out.
No doubt. And now they're starting to get crispy with their aim too. And you're seeing it with Bang, you're seeing it with Asuna in particular, these last couple rounds. Hitting some big shots. Boostio has been really clean this map for the most part. Yeah, he's 7-7, but he's hit some really impactful shots. Making some good reads now. The IGL for 100 Thieves. These Hunter's Furies just collecting dust in our Sova's pockets.
Yeah.
Just chilling. Asuna does have that no command as well, but these rounds have been kind of fast and furious. It's kind of 100 Thieves is able to shut these rounds down at the point of attack of Gen.G, so they don't have to really invest many ults.
Yep.
They're just getting kills.
Saw the lockdown, just what, a couple rounds ago.
Yeah.
But everything else has just been pocketed by them. Cryo now. Set up, anticipating maybe a bit of a jiggle peek out. Dart over the top. Smoke as well, invested. That'll force him back. Good space being taken, but 0 point, not going to be noting anybody. Alarm bot, not going to be cleared out.
Yeah, they're kind of flirting with another hit towards mid here to see if maybe they could bait out some attention. See if they can sniff this operator out.
He's got two, basically able to stare in towards market. Watch that push up.
And they've been, if they're slow on the early part of rounds, they haven't pushed mid this aggressively. So kind of in your mind, 100 Thieves, aware that they could have pushed these corners. Gen.G being so patient, freezing the map right now, and not really giving much info over 100 Thieves. But 100 Thieves seems to be reading it reasonably well.
Point again going through texture. Utilizing that time. Flash across, but way too late. Munchkin swings in the market, ends up getting taken down the Hunter's Fury from EU again, finding a kill. Meteor, dead. Just spamming across the map. Another advantage here. This texture finds one, but then immediately gets traded out.
Left.
A 2v4, but still a null command in their back pocket, as well as Bang here on the site. The swing out of the smoke, and Lakia doesn't know what hit him. Karon able to see one, tries to go in for the challenge, but Cryo will have absolutely none of it. We are tied up at 5-5.
That's phenomenal patience from 100 Thieves. Just waiting this out, anticipating that Gen.G hadn't moved, hadn't re-rotated, hadn't cleared any space, and they just hold right and short, right outside of market. Great patience, great Hunter's Fury, great pickup for EU again. Found some serious value with that ult on Icebox. Picking up right where he left off. All tied up. Gen.G has to go down to a slightly weaker buy now. Two Guardians, Karon and Lakia. So that Hunter's Fury though as well for Lakia. See if he can find an opportunity to use it. They're three-man stacking here towards A. Maybe looking to try to challenge some of these mains now. Try to control the extremities of the map a bit more.
Contact push up into B at the moment. This is just going to be the turret cleared out. Nano waiting around the corner, and Cryo as well, shifting over by Ali. Gen.G just poking and prodding, just trying to remove some of this util that they've been struggling with in these last several rounds. It's right back to that slow pace.
Got an opportunity. This is one of those rounds where EU is the one trying to guard tree, so you don't have to worry about those flashes from Asuna. See if they can take advantage of this, but he's got this Odin.
0 point sees nothing. Shift over from Asuna, getting a little bit closer. Fragment said to try to check over towards Switch. Recon now up over the top. Doesn't get cleared out. No, gets the ping onto one, and there's the Odin looking for the second, and he's got it. Now Spike stranded. Texture dead. Lakia pushes forward, finds one, but Meteor.
30 seconds left.
And man's just trying to rotate over, but his teammates are all dead. Bucio spotting him out. And there's a 50-50 setup here with Cryo on the other side.
Just no util deep enough to bother EU. He's able to get that recon, get a ton of peeks. I mean, Gen.G tried to react to it,
10 seconds
but with just
left.
the Guardian, couldn't clear it quick enough. All that info garnered, and it's another round shut down before the spike even gets close to being planted for Gen.G. 100 Thieves, so tricky, so smart, so aware.
Now setting
Last
themselves up
round in the half.
for a decently strong half here on the defender's side. Rescuing that rocky start. Again, that streak building up, that momentum building behind them. And Gen.G still scattered. No clear out on the dart. 2 kills found for EU. Fantastic hold from him over at Tree. So hard to deal with.
It is. It is. You have to displace him with deeper utility, and they don't. And he punishes the heck out of them for it. Just so smart. Making sure here, I think, gonna give the ult over to Munchkin, indeed.
Null Command could transition this into a fairly fast hit, and it looks like that's going to be the case as Null Command does get popped here. Still a little bit slow on the approach as entry here from Texture gets himself up on top of Gen. Now Bang out into the open, ends up getting taken down. Lakia, Hunter's Fury committed. Asuna dead. Texture is setting up that cloud burst here. Cryo able to find one, but Texture is back within this smoke. Finds the kill, knives pop, 2 players now to try to clutch it. Busio and EU versus 4. The push coming in, Texture, attention. Pulled away, ends up falling. That's the start. Drone to try and scout everybody here within the site itself. No one disconnected, no one out in main, no one on a flank. And it looks like they're gonna face this together. Double push up, pop flash gonna be sent just to try to slow them down, stay them off a little bit more. And EU with the spray, able to find one, but now he's all on his lonesome. 2 players to try to get rid of the swing, getting ready to come through. They can't quite clutch it out. We're tied up 6-6 at the half.
That was a brilliant execute. That recon dart, even though it doesn't spot anything, the lack of information, they understand where Bank's position is. They're able to shut him down early. Nicely thought out by Gen.G. A little bit rough in that post plant, but they got it done.
Breathe a sigh of relief, once again just breaking that streak. Bringing it back to parity. Gen.G, can they find stability, even on the defender side? Some mistakes being witnessed. Still, definitely a cause for concern. No way to breathe easy going into this next half. And pistol round, ever important. Let's see who is going to take that first step. And for now, we'll go ahead and pass this back over to the analyst desk to break things down.
Well, that half could not have been close, and it's time to take a look at the Verizon high-speed moment, and it's bang, bang, bang. I definitely meant to say that, wrote that myself, but yeah, 100 Thieves are on the board.
Yeah, exactly. I think that things started off so quickly for Gen.G. They were just constantly sending and standing one step ahead. But the moment that 100 Thieves, with plays like this one, especially from Ben coming from market, started shutting them down, they started slowing down time after time. And then is when the problems started to come for the squad.
Still, 6-6 is an amazing attack side on Ascent coming out of Gen.G. Getting that last round on the board with the KO ult, fast change of pace into the A site was huge for them. Even before that, though, I think they did a really good job of playing the mid-round throughout, baiting out a lot of this utility for 100 Thieves, and when they got into the post plants, playing super disruptively and not letting 100 Thieves play into those flood retakes that they're so good at.
Yeah, exactly, but now we need to look ahead. Yes, 6-6 is not bad, right, when we're talking about the attack side, but Gen.G is right now 3 out of 3 in pistols in this series. If 100 Thieves wants to take it back, it has to start with the pistol. I think it has to start with some confidence on their attack side if they want to see breeze.
And we need to see 100 Thieves rally in this one. This team had such high expectations coming into this event, such high expectations after winning their first series in such dominant fashion against Foot. Gen.G, if they could close this one out here, I think you should really be considering them the tournament favorite.
Well, the pistol round is going to be absolutely pivotal here. As Kakuka said, 100 Thieves, they haven't managed to win a single pistol round just yet, and this could be the most important one. Achilles and Paperthin for their tournament so far.
Absolutely. I mean, clean with the pistols overall. How'd they fare now? Shifting sides. Gen.G over onto the defense. This is where you would favor him. 6-6 overall on paper. Sounds like it'd be fantastic for him, but 100 Thieves are a different beast, and they're starting things off gorgeously. What a shutdown to Gen.G's game plan. Cryo and Asuna do take quite a bit of damage, but Karan just has to back away. A little bit of spray across as he waits for his teammates to rotate over, but Spike now planted. Recon, quick clear, no pings found, and no shock darts held here by Lakia to try to interrupt this. Door gonna be broken, Meteor able to find one, but now tagged low, swings back in, does get himself a second. Karan noted, dealt with. Lakia now, last man standing, can't quite make it happen. EU will get the better of him at the end, and 100 Thieves will take the pistol.
This just comes down to slightly faster timing here from 100 Thieves. Their flash is in anticipation of aggression from Gen.G, and Gen.G isn't quite ready. Munchkin's there with Texture, but I think they were thinking they'd get a little bit more space. Nasuna's flash is perfect. A lot of damage done on the way through to 100 Thieves, so that makes it close because they're all very, very weak. And Lakia has an opportunity but can't quite get it done. And that is a monstrous, monstrous pistol round for 100 Thieves.
Looking for a similar rush out here. Just ignoring the one-way setup. Pop flash gonna be sent in. Munchkin doing a decent amount of damage. And Texture collecting 2. Cryo and EU both taken out. Weapon cannot be recovered here. Way too far forward for it, but they'll even just juggle him back, not wanting any advantages handed over here to Gen.G. What a bailout from Texture.
Gen.G's so good with sheriffs.
Now in the danger zone here is 100 Thieves. Any more kills, any more weapons lost, That's gonna be painful for him. Smoke's in ahead of the 0 point. Into the back, the push forward, Texture finding himself a third. Looking for the fourth, looking for the ace. Will not find it. Bang denies that away from him. Pushes back the weapon, scoops up the Vandal. But either way you slice it, this is already catastrophic for the side of 100 Thieves. Let's see if he can get the win. Ooh, shots through, just looking to try to just whittle away at him. Shock dart landing right in front of his face.
Not ready yet.
Plant in. An off default plant allows him to avoid these shock darts as the drone goes on the hunt. Cannot get that dart reveal. With a pinch here is Bang.
Come down to timing.
One more TP available for him. It's Lakia inching his way forward. Time starting to twiddle. The drop down, Lakia not getting taken out, and Meteor delivering the final headshot. Tied up once again. Gen.G make it 7-7, shutting things down here in their eco round.
I mean, Texture is just an absolute animal. Just ridiculous what he's able to do. The paranoia is brilliant as well from Karon. The flash of getting involved from Munchkin. Gets those two and he's out. I think that might have been a little bit purposeful from Karon to reveal his position behind Generator. He was tucked out a little bit to buy that extra space for Texture.
Take the attention away.
Exactly. Because you can also, because there was still a flash, there was still a paranoia left for the side of 100 Thieves for that execute. And you could also buy some of that util, but oh me, oh my, what a round. Oh, what a shot.
Fantastic shutdown. It's a hell of a lot of damage. Down to 10 HP, but push here onto the side coming through. Karon, couple shots in. Suspects that they're going to be in a little bit deeper, and he does not turn for the flash. He's going to be taken out. That's going to be a weapon recovered here for the side of 100 Thieves. Meteor now arriving in Heaven. Fragment disrespects it, drifts across it, finds a headshot, but Bang takes him down. And what a reply from 100 Thieves! Get ecoed, they eco him right back.
Spike
Minor
planted.
investment. Lakia now last one standing. A 50-50, and he cannot get either of them. A MasterCard Thrifty, a proper one here, as 100 Thieves get themselves back into a leading position. What a response.
Yeah, they just turn up the pace and they start hitting some great flashes along the way. Just shutting everyone out as Asuna. Cryo wins a great early battle. That's brutal to lose that. But then look at these flashes, they're hitting everybody. Insanely good stuff. And it just shows you how good these two teams are. Able to go eco for eco against each other. Gen.G down to Sheriffs. Shorty for Lakia. Phantom for Meteor, Guardian for Texture, and they're just gonna keep the pace going.
Storming their way through. Nano gonna be going off. Paranoia connecting onto a couple players, and Asuna the turret finishes him off. Surely not another one! Meteor's util getting so much value! And somehow it's happening again!
What is going on? This is madness! They're just reading each other so well. Oh, the spot.
That's the spot, but he TP's back, Gen. They think he's maybe in hell, but Karon with a smart reposition. Lucio entering, finding one, but then just getting counter sprayed down. It's another MasterCard Thrifty. 8-8. These teams inseparable.
These have been some of the most explosive rounds you will see on Ascent. They are just clobbering each other on A. Look at these nanos. So wonderfully placed, and Bang just gets
again
driven by.
Talking about the flashes in the previous round for 100 Thieves. Here
right
they
back
are.
at it, yep.
Absolutely unreal scenes. The likes of which we have never witnessed before.
Give me more of that. I'm enjoying this.
Well, the economy needs to be broken if that's going to be the case. Texture waiting out to see if there's going to be a ping, but instead, 100 Thieves read it. And just spray across. Texture falls. The trap play not getting its catch.
It's left open so much space on A, and that brings out the fragment from Gen.G to make sure that they can reposition, and Munchkin just plops himself right in the middle of this smoke. Bang waiting to see if he'll push out, but Munchkin gonna think better of it. Gets the check though.
Yeah. Munchkin wanting to push it. Takes him down a little bit low. Bang having to wait out that suppression before trying to make any kind of exit for himself.
That's so well played by Munchkin.
Fake on the TP. Munchkin, does he read that at all? So the answer's gonna be no. No attempt at a spray. No command now gonna be popped. They rotate over here in towards B, but Meteor able to collect one kill. Weapon still works just fine, and Meteor shuts down 3. Res can come through. Asuna still in the fight. The push now, the flood retake attempt coming in as Karan able to find 2 quick kills, and bang, still
he's in spawn.
working. He's over in their spawn.
30 seconds left.
A massive opportunity here for him.
No way they read this.
The door's shut. They know. They're so aware at the moment. Karan staring over here towards alley. Tucks back though. But Munchkin left lingering. He's got the spike under his control, and Karan's got the headshot to give Gen.G the lead.
Oh my God. These rounds are absolutely bonkers, dude. These are just so crazy. The back and forth. I mean, you get the opener on the texture, and then you buy a bit of time. You bait out some good utility from Gen.G, and Meteor just goes crazy. I mean, these repositions, gets the first dink, and he's like, oh, I'm gonna get more off of this. And Karan steps in, finds a second through the wall there. Ridiculous stuff that we are seeing here.
Gen.G now up 9-8, but it has just been a fairly pendulum swinging map. These players just back and forth, giving over these rounds. Again, softer by here for the side of 100 Thieves. Guardian, 4 Stingers. Pull back from Meteor. Paranoia timing is gorgeous, and Meteor collecting the first kill, collecting a second. Busio dead. Karan here at Hell, but that's exactly where he's looking to send 100 Thieves. 2 kills picked up. Meteor with a finisher. Another 3-piece from him, and Gen.G move up to 10.
Yeah, no shenanigans this time. Gen.G's not falling for these early executes, getting caught up in that util. Instead, they pedal back just enough and then wait for the paranoia, wait for their opportunities to strike. Karan just being super patient in Hell. Another flash there to set Meteor up as well. And I love the change-ups from Gen.G, starting to get the feel for the flow of this, and they have a ton of ults, Achilleos. So does 100 Thieves, though.
Yeah.
Both have their lockdowns.
This is back into the full investment here for him. Nabskir available for both to try to clear out those lockdowns if they come into play. 100 Thieves for now, just wanting to take some early space. But, okay, Nabskir gonna go across, looking for the tags though. Not gonna be found, and that opens up for a fairly free use lockdown. Meteor can get a timing one to counteract and try to stave them off. Could just be nullified off the rip, but Texture for now. Creeping forward, thinking about it, swings out, but Cryo just around the corner. Asuna up on top of the box, tries to get the flick.
Wow.
Not quite gonna make it happen this time.
Jeez, thought we might get a repeat of that one earlier.
Yeah, the elbow peak.
Yes. I mean, Texture's so aware. Hitting the flow state right now is Gen.G. They've sent 100 Thieves pedaling over to the other side of the map. And that's gonna be the strong side for Gen.G. A lot of that initiator utility over there, plus Karan, the paranoia and the smokes. He's nasty to deal with, but still in Hell, so there's an opportunity here for 100 Thieves.
Wait out the 0 point. Look at these rotations. They really think that this is going to be a B hit now. Well, to have their world turned upside down. 0 point. Spotting on a 1. Karan, though, still here at Hell. Finally going to be dealt with. Finds one. Asuna taken out. Pop flash over the top. The swinging from Lockya. Odin in hand. Finds one. Bang now. Dead. Spike now planted. 20 seconds here. Does have the lockdown, but do you commit it? Versus 4. Door now broken. And they're in such a poor spot. EU, a little bit late to react. Still finds one, but now dead. And Busio, alone. Can't make it happen. Munchkin with 3 will get Gen.G another round win. 2 away from 2-0ing 100 Thieves.
Man, the recovery here for Gen.G is so good. 100 Thieves had him completely fooled on the lack of information. Gen.G starts guessing that it's going to be B. They even invest a lockdown over there. And then a great flash over the top from Munchkin. Well timed there to catch a bunch of 100 Thieves members. That sets up him and Lockya to do some damage. They spread things out. 100 Thieves, it's going to take a little bit of time here to rethink this, because now they are not able to go blow for blow with Gen.G. It's been 4 in a row that Gen.G has been able to string together.
This was the ultimate hurdle, though. This point on Icebox for Gen.G. Took them so very long to try to get that 12th round win, and this time 100 Thieves are a hell of a lot closer in that scoreline. If this timeout ends up working for them, it still very much give Gen.G some struggles in trying to get up to match point. They still have an immense amount of tools available to them. Hunter's Fury, lockdown committed by Gen.G in that last round. They hold both of those ults right now. 100 Thieves, can they make them work? Can they use them to their advantage to turn this back around?
Exactly. I mean, I think the glass is half full here, 400 Thieves. I'm still feeling like they can turn this around. With that ult advantage, I mean, now you've got the Op and the Odin for Gen.G, but there's opportunities here to clear some space, to get a plant down, and maybe do some serious damage to Gen.G, knock these power weapons out for a round. And the concern, though, is that Gen.G's banked up quite an economy.
Yeah.
So you're going to have to do it a couple times. But got an opportunity to at least start that march right here, right now. A little bit of a check. Meteor just backpedals a bit to dodge it. Taking their time. I mean, Gen.G's been so aggressive sometimes in the beginning of these rounds. You have to worry that, you know, it's going to be Texture and Munchkin, or Texture and Charon, or Charon and Munchkin. You never know who's going to be coming around that corner.
But look at the read right now for Gen.G.
Yeah, they've got the read.
Shifting everybody. I mean, Lakia, he's just pushing so far forward. He's up into B lobby, nothing going to be seen. No util sent over at A, or over in mid, I should say, as Cryo goes for an entry. As he pushes out of the smoke, though, Texture able to shut him down. Repeats over towards main. Meteor, however, covering fire, finding one. And Karen still here in hell. Bang finds one, but that is not enough. EU, last one standing once more. Gen.G, barring a miraculous clutch, they're getting themselves up to match point. The Jiggle Peak, they note him. They want to take everything away from him.
Just what a read from Gen.G. It's so difficult there for 100 Thieves to find any advantage. Charon's immediately TPing out from behind Gen. Texture just never really noticed in
30
time.
seconds left.
Up on top of heaven. Charon just a devil in hell. And just reigning supreme from that position. And Munchkin is going to get the final kill on the EU. It's match point, Achilleos.
12 to 8, 100 Thieves,
Match
cashless, timeoutless. The buy is going to be rough. They still have a lockdown, but there's a null command on the other side. Munchkin might not even give him the opportunity to use it. Gen.G, some stumbles, some crazy thrifties, but these last several rounds have been absolutely pristine from them as they look to shut down the #1 seed from Americas.
Look at this off positioning, getting aggressive with it. Smoke to cover it, though.
Here.
Oh, the spam damage! Bang with the Guardian.
Did he get a spot of him?
Might have.
I don't see how. Munchkin gonna look to try to reinforce his position, expecting that there's still gonna be some kind of push coming through mid. It's tucked away just ahead of the smoke dissipating.
I think they're aware.
Is he gonna be ready for this? No, he's not. Cryo, very aware, very snappy. Taking too much damage now. 3 players alive. Lakia with a judge. Gonna struggle to try to find value. Meteor only one over on this A site. And with the ult check, gonna have a long rotation to reinforce A, if that's where 100 Thieves end up striking. Flash at the ready. Full util. Dumped here. It's gonna be popped. Meteor trying to buy some time here. Allow for the rest of the team to rotate over. Fragment gonna be thrown down right at Meteor's feet. He's got to push out off of that one, but he's got this one-way setup and he's able to collect a single kill. Rotates back, tucks away, looks for Bang, can't make it happen. Bang finds a headshot. As Lakia now picking up the operator. Taken down, Bang gets himself a third. Coming alive here when they need it the most. For Charon, it would be absolutely monstrous of him. This young gun, this rookie. Smoke nearly back up, finds the first, but it's taken down to 20 HP. Nigh impossible for him, especially with the flank coming around the back. Cryo will just go ahead, challenge into the fight. Takes him down. 3 players left alive, weapons collected, 100 Thieves. They hang in.
Yeah, there's still life in them yet. And Bang, doing a great job there. I'm with you, Achilleos. I'm not sure if they saw something underneath that smoke, like a pixel out of place, or just caught a glimpse on the map, or just guessed.
Just a read.
Just a read. Yep.
And
that's fair.
I mean, it's just a great understanding. Says, okay, I think Texture's going to be pushing up. Smoke, he's going to just go ahead and try to back off. And he's just got the lineup for it.
It's huge. Gives him an opportunity. Now they've got another lockdown for Boostio to work with.
I mean, man's just been holding on to it.
Yeah. Oh, he's just been holding on to it. Yeah, he hasn't used it. You're right. Just felt like so long ago that maybe he would have used it.
Texture just looking to clear out that turret. Backs off, wary about any kind of counter swing up from top mid.
They're going to really stack towards B. They're anticipating that
I have the
with
spike.
all the troubles that Under Thieves has had at A, when that's been their main point of attack without any early picks, eventually they're going to have to consider B. But with this op here, let's see if Texture can find the opening kill.
Ooh, EU swinging, but not wide enough for Texture to collect that one. Breathe a sigh of relief as he manages to stay alive. One player spotted, not enough to sell it here, it would seem, for Gen.G to believe in this A hit. It's going to be Texture and Munchkin to try to stave this off, to try to close out the map. Drone at the ready.
They spread the initiator utility, so it's tough to get a read.
Off, doesn't clear it. Texture now, knives pop, reveal the meteor. Able to find one, tucks back in towards Tree. Busio here behind him, working his way forward into the smoke. Looks for the shot, finally stabilizes it. Doesn't take too much damage, but Karan now arriving.
Down A.
Finding the first, puts the spike on the floor. Wide swing, gets himself another elimination. Now Munchkin on the floor. Not looking resible here. Lakia rotating over.
Spike planted.
Catches a glimpse of the shoulder. Can he go for the res? Tucks down the crouch, saving him for a brief little moment. Looks for the shot, and he cannot have it. Double wall bangs, 100 Thieves continue. Now getting themselves up to double digits.
They're able to spread the map just enough. It's this extra attention that Asana's drawing on the other side of the map that keeps Gen.G from being able to retake, to go for the flood. A great lurk from Bustio to get the kill on the Meteor. Meteor had no idea. Dead to rights. Asana immediately up top to shut down the no command. Great spray through there to get those 2 kills off the res. Gen.G now gonna take a timeout. Really reconsider their options. See what they can do. It's still just been a lot of eventual attention towards A for the side of 100 Thieves. That's got to be in the back of your mind as Gen.G. Are they eventually going to be going B? You can see that they're starting to shift some of their forces over in that direction, kind of anticipating it. But so far, 100 Thieves has done a much better job of working the early parts of the round, finding those players out of place, getting those executes set up to where they're a lot safer because there's no counter utility available from Gen.G. I mean, think about that previous round. All you've got is Texture and Meteor. There's no flashes, there's no nothing.
Right.
You just have to hit your shots.
Final send here on the timeouts out of the coach's hands after this, unless this goes to overtime. Let's see if 100 Thieves can deliver on that. Lockdown still available. Meteor 2 off of his own. 100 Thieves needing to get these next 2 consecutively. Take us into that OT to have a chance at taking us to a 3rd map.
Texture just gonna opt to not grab a gun. Just kind of playing off of a dead teammate potentially. They went for a walkabout in A main, but that gives them a ton of info that this is gonna be a B hit. So they've already got a lot of reinforcements in place.
Banner to clear out the alarm bot. Switch gonna be hit here as Cryo goes pushing forward. Recon pings him though, spray across it, looking to try to take him down. Asana as well gonna be noted as Meteor finds 1, finds 2, gets himself a 3rd! Meteor wants this series to end! Busio, the last one standing, sees 1, but he's noted, he's dead! 13-10, once again, Gen.G! They are back! Madrid form once again, they take down the America's #1 seed!
No one has played more maps of Valorant this year than Gen.G, and they just get better and better and better. They power up the more they go. Unbelievable stuff here to shut down 100 Thieves 2-0. Me oh my, and Meteor on this last map at B site. He wasn't having any of it.
Absolutely frying. Man's playing Killjoy, 7 first bloods for him. What a performance. For 100 Thieves, obviously, tournament not over. A chance to run it back. A chance to keep themselves in this one, to still reach that grand final. Not quite taking the path that they wanted, but there is still opportunity here for this team, because you know that this loss is going to make them hungrier than they even were before.
Oh yeah, well, and in some ways, to make matters worse for 100 Thieves, you just lost to Pacific's #2. Now you got to go up against Pacific's #1.
With a couple more struggles there for the side of Paper Rex, but yeah,
sure,
not going to be an easy game by any metric. And I mean, they already were delivering on Chaos here versus Gen.G. Who the hell knows what it's going to look like when they go up against Paper Rex?
I mean,
I don't think anybody is ready for that.
I'll take more of this Ascent. That was awesome. That was just such a fun map for both squads. Really, both teams throwing a lot at each other. Tons of different looks, great recoveries, great adjustments. You got to give 100 Thieves credit. Like, it was a rough start on both maps, and they were able to bring it back both times. So there's still a lot of fight in this team. It's just,
oh yeah,
you can't. It's so weird because with both of these teams, I'm like, you can't have slow starts.
Right.
Because if you come out of the gate swinging, you're just going to lose to the other because they're so sturdy in the long run.
Honestly, disappointed that we didn't get to see the overtime. We didn't get to see Breeze come through because there's so many wild moments, so many just great plays here throughout. Solid attempts for the side, 100 Thieves to run this one back, but giving up far too much at the start of that Ascent, far too much at the start of that Icebox. Gen.G just came out swinging. Just the waves exchanged across the stage here. Camaraderie still found, but man, Gen.G keep themselves in that upper bracket. Let's go ahead and hear from Lockie in our Verizon post-match interview.
Hello， 大家好，欢迎来到赛后采访，我是维嘉。让我们再次恭喜 GEN.G 赢下了本场比赛的胜利。我们也是请到了 Lakia 选手来接受我们的采访，同时 GEN 也会做一些翻译的工作。Welcome to the post-match interview, and now I'm joined by Lakia from GEN.G with us, and GEN for some translations. 首先一定要恭喜他们获得了比赛的胜利，同时我们想先聊一下第一张地图森寒东港。其实对于 GEN.G 来说是一个非常好的开始，9比3的上半场，但是可能来到下半场之后，100T 也是通过自己的方式稍微扭转了一些局势。也想问一下，当时在那种情况下，他们是如何保持一个积极的心态，最后赢下比赛胜利的呢 ？So it was a very good start on Icebox, nicer in the first half, but the 100 Thieves ended up swimming the momentum their way. So how do you keep a positive mental like to in those situations to secure the win?
아이스박스에서 출발이 너무 좋았는데 이제 백티가 계속해서 따라왔잖아요. 그럴 때 좀 선수들끼리 어떤 얘기를 하면서 멘탈을 잡으려고 했나요?
일단 저희들의 커뮤니케이션을 좀 더 집중했고 상대 플레이는 저희가 알고 있었는데 저희가 좀 많이 당했어요. 그래가지고 그런 실수를 좀 생각했었던 것 같고 그리고 그냥 간단하게 저희가 잘하는 총 그걸 생각했던 것 같습니다.
We mainly focused on getting the communication clean and flowing in those situations, and also we knew what 100 Thieves were going to do, but we still made some mistakes from our side, and also we let them have some rounds, even though we knew what they were about to do and we were well aware of their game plans. So we kept ourselves very focused and tried to close it out.
他说，在那个时候，其实，在这种情况下，他们最注意的、最需要做到的，就是保持好他们积极的沟通，每一分的沟通。其实，在那个时候，他们很多时候其实是知道 100 Thieves 他们是打算做什么的，但是他们确实犯了一些错误，也让对方抓到了机会。但是，即使如此，在那个时候，面对100T，他依然知道他们的一些打法风格以及他们的计划是什么样的，同时他们也非常清楚自己可以赢下比赛的胜利。那接下来第二个问题，因为其实来到了季后赛之后，我们会发现很多赛区的1号种子表现并没有想象中的那么好，也想问一下 Lakia 选手，他觉得原因是什么呢 ？So when we come to the playoffs, it feels like all the first seed from other region maybe not as good as we expected. So what do you think is the reason for that?
이번에 플레이오프에 들어오면서 1번 시드가 각 지역에서 좀 힘을 발휘하지 못하고 있는 것 같거든요. 특별한 이유가 있을 것 같나요?
1번 시드가 힘을 발휘하지 못한다기보다는 저희가 잘한 것 같다고 생각하고요. 1번 시드들은 힘을 충분히 발휘했던 것 같고요. 근데 저희가 좀 퍼포먼스적인 거나 그런 게 너무 좋았던 것 같아요.
I don't think it's the first seed nerf. I mean, the first seed teams are playing pretty well, but it's just us performing very well, catching everybody off guard with how good we are. So it's just more on us being able to overperform.
他说，其实对于他来说，他并不觉得所有赛区的1号种子表现没有那么好，但是可能对于他们来讲的话，其实是 GEN.G 的表现可能会给大家一些出乎意料的时候，在很多时候面对其他赛区的1号种子的时候，也能打出一个非常非常好的表现，从而赢下比赛的胜利。那我们的赛后采访到这里就先结束了，再一次感谢 Lakia 选手来接受我们的采访，也感谢 GEN 做我们的翻译工作。那我们一会儿再见。And that's all for our interview. And thank you for joining me. And thank you for translations.
谢谢。
谢谢，谢谢你。See you guys later.
Two of the best teams of this tournament so far are about to go up against each other, and things could get really spicy. You heard it there from Gen.G. If Busio were to stand up against them today, they're just gonna tell him to sit down.
Tailwind already burned, but now the reinforcements arrive. It's gonna be Munchkin, Lockett collecting one apiece, Lockett doubling up, tripling up in fact. Gen.G up by 3. Nothing to try to interrupt that one. Picture here, back yellow. But it's gonna be Munchkin who's filling the kill feed. But Munchkin gets himself an ace. Connecting in on top of it, not gonna be able to clear this one. Texture gonna be taken down. 4 players detained, absolutely everyone caught. This round, it's a massacre. Busio, what a catastrophe for Gen.G.
Baby, go bring this shit back. Let's get it, baby. Come on, we got this shit. I'm so bold. That was a good round.
And those kills, Gibbs the Thrash. Over here to Lakia, bang. Up top to detain, through, and they cannot find the kills. Gen.G will put their feet down and close out Icebox 13-10. Again, they attempted the entry, but bang in the same position, gets the same players, but this time he gets Munchkin on top.
Come on, we got this shit.
Up into window, and Munchkin not reading that he's being shot at whatsoever. Texture now does come in, manages to find that backstab, but cannot displace Asuna, who holds down the site. Pop Flash gonna be sent in, Munchkin doing a decent amount of damage. Texture collecting 2. Into the back to push forward, Texture finding himself a 3rd, looking for the 4th. Meteor delivering the final headshot. The fluttery take attempt coming in as Karan able to find 2 quick kills, and Karan's got the headshot to give Gen.G the lead. EU a little bit late to react, still finds one, but now dead. Busio alone. Can't make it happen. Munchkin with 3 will get Gen.G another round win. Pings him though, spray across it, looking to try to take him down. Asuna as well gonna be noted as Meteor finds 1, finds 2, gets himself a 3rd! 13-10, once again, Gen.G! They are back! Madrid form once again, they take down the America's #1 seed!
Red Bull gives you wings.
Like a ghost. Am I the one that makes you cry? Or keeps you so high? There's no coming down. I lose myself when you're not around, like it's something real.
Welcome back, everybody, to day 9 of Masters Shanghai and our second upper bracket match of the day. It's Team Heretics versus G2. I'm your host, Yingsu. I've got Mimi and Kakuka with me here once again. I swear, the first match of the day, we always get this shock, and then the second match kind of goes the way we want it to go. We think it's going to go.
But what way do we want
that's what
this
I'm trying
one
to
to
ask. Which way is the normal way?
I think this match is actually perfectly even. I think 100 Thieves was favored in that last match, but only by a slight bit. I really think this could go either way between Team Heretics and G2.
Again, it has to do with that last map and how everything was like down to the clutches, and probably Team Heretics that was not prepared. But now, you know, they've had some more server time, taking down some teams. It's looking very promising.
Luckily, we have historical facts on how this game could potentially go, because, Mimi, it's a rematch.
I only have historical feelings, but my biggest feeling was that this should have been closer towards the end than it was. Team Heretics in the last 2 maps, after a great start to the series, I think really started to crumble. They came out playing split with Patatek on the raise. The game plan didn't look fully cooked through, and they fell apart to a G2 that was honestly starting to pick up a lot of steam. It was I think the first game I watched at this event of Icy, where I was like, this guy is ready for the big stage, where he was really stepping up. It was some great calling from Valen, but I think Team Heretics has grown so much since this match.
Yeah, exactly. They've gotten all the practice that they wanted. Yeah, to me, actually, it was the bind. We saw it again from G2, and I feel like they feel very, very comfortable. They are forced to be reckoned there with. So, honestly, I don't know what to expect from this one. I don't know what to say, because at some point, you would think Heretics will go down, right?
Right?
Go down where?
Right?
To the lower bracket.
To the lower bracket.
Oh, no.
Eventually?
Oh, not you.
No.
Is Heretics going to be the team that makes it cleanly to the grand final?
It is crazy.
I was the outlier
No,
in that
but it
graphic.
would be ridiculous if either G2 or Team Heretics did. I think both these teams, Heretics coming in with a stub, G2 coming to their first international event for this core since Reykjavik 2 years ago with a brand new duelist. Like, it would be a shock for either of these teams to make that happen, but it's possible.
It is possible, and for more on
And
this
it will
rematch, Mika Fab's caught up with Boo.
I'm here right now with Boo from Team Heretics. Boo, this is going to be the second time that you're up against G2. You previously faced them in the Swiss stage. So how has the team grown? What have you guys learned since then?
I think since then we improved our fundamentals. I think that's the reason we lost the split against G2. So yeah, we fixed that. We prepared for the maps that we expect to play. And yeah, I think this time is going to be way better.
Excited to see it. Good luck.
Thank you.
I love that little smile at the end as well, Kakuka. He knows exactly what their game plan is.
Yeah, exactly. I think that it did come down to those fundamentals, because so many of those clutches, they were 1v1s. They were like 3v1s, 2v1s, and they were losing to mistakes that literally get in your head of, maybe we're not prepared for this, maybe we're not ready for this, maybe I should be here and not doing this just because I'm not used to playing this way.
Yeah, and for one of the players on this team I want to quickly talk about, Mimi, is Rians. He's so good.
Yeah, he's really good. This last match we saw out of Team Heretics when they owned EDG, I think a lot of it came down to this guy. His initiator utility is consistently stellar, and when we're talking about the fundamentals, how this team is playing together, I think the synergy between Riens and Patatek as the double initiators of this squad and how they're setting up Woot is absolutely pivotal, and I think he's been knocking it out of the park this tournament, on top of having great individual performances beyond that.
2024, the year of the rookies. We were so excited in Madrid to finally see Riens on stage, but the way that he's delivering here, again, such a young player. We have so many youngsters performing at this level. We do not see many players playing that Soba onto Sunset, but he makes it look like you should in every single game.
And the guy is confident. He's up there bringing energy to the team. He's cocky, too. I saw an interview he did on the LATAM broadcast with Dendriad where he said, G2, the match is already over. We've won. We're so much better than we were last time. Like, he's so confident, and deservingly so, because he's been playing great here in Shanghai.
Honestly, one of my favorite things about Riens is that he self-proclaims that he's the most toxic player on that team, but he will not say anything to Boo. He's like, yeah, I'll make fun of Benji, you know, I'm gonna mess around with Boo, but like, if Boo, no, that's the daddy. I don't do anything.
But time and time again, every time that we see them on stage, you'd be like, Benji's celebrating, Boo's living with it, and Boo's like, okay, guys. Because he's like the father, literally. He's like daddy. He's like, okay, we keep into the game, stop with the summer camp, it's over.
He's got to keep them grounded. But the thing is, we talk about what Heretics have managed to do since the last time they faced G2. But the fact that G2 managed to beat PaperX since the last time they faced Heretics, which I think, Mimi, is a way crazier feat.
Yeah, I mean, them beating VaporX, I don't think anyone could have seen coming. But this team came out and they really stepped up to the level of their opposition, in particular, after losing the first map. 11-1 in the first half. But they said in interviews, hey, all we needed was that one round. That was the catalyst. And they turned it around and they had fantastic performances on these next two maps. They're so good at playing as a team and shutting down star players. They did not let Something and Jing get up to their usual shenanigans. And guys like Icy came out with massive confidence.
Which is something that not many people can say, right? Like, we saw Something yesterday and what he was doing on the same map on Bind, how confident they were, probably taking advantage of the fact that VaporX were feeling a little bit cold and G2 was on a roll.
Yeah, they were indeed. I'm glad you guys mentioned Icy because Mika Fabs caught up with him to get his thoughts on this matchup.
Hey guys, I'm here right now with Icy of G2, looking very cool. I'm suddenly aware that I don't have shades at all. I wanted to ask you how you feel going up against Woot, especially since there's been a lot of attention on him now being one of the rising duelists of this tournament.
I don't think he's a problem. He's just another player to me, so it's no big deal.
It's all the same for him.
Yep.
All right, coaches talk. He's smiling. He's smiling. He can't take himself serious.
Is that going to bite him a little bit, you think, after this game? Is he going to pay for that?
The fact that you think, is he going to pay for that? Well, maybe. Hear me out. The fact that you think he cannot take himself seriously because he's laughing when he's wearing that t-shirt and those shades, but it is the laugh. It's like he cannot. Hear me out. We are talking about the duelist. Yes, you know, coming into the tournament, we know Wood was not supposed to be in that position. He has demonstrated he is a demon in the server, but also, we need to think about the initiators that are setting them up time after time. I don't think it's much about fearing your opponent. It's about fearing how much that initiator is going to go up against you.
Yeah, and even if he's cracking a smile during the interview, having that confidence is critical. And I think it's what he was lacking in Americas, right? This was a guy who was really getting criticized a lot for underperforming, rightfully so. But he has stepped up so much here at Masters Shanghai, right? Like, I feel like he's finally like proving to the community why this team had faith in him. We always heard from pro players behind the scene about Scream Icy, the guy going out dropping 40 who was dominant in T2. And it's waited a long time to see it, but now he's found his confidence, he's found himself, and I think he's peaking at the perfect time. Very similar to what Woot is achieving, looking like the breakout star in Shanghai.
I mean, this is the thing though with Woot, he's said it himself in the past as well. He doesn't feel anything but confidence. He's like, I don't really feel pressure, I don't really feel nerves, I just feel pure confidence. So, Kukuka, who's gonna out-confident who, you feel like?
I think Wood. I think in that sense, yeah, like just coming in onto the stage, he'll be wearing the better shades. Let's say it like that. But we need to talk about Jonathan.
Yes.
And when we're talking about shutting down, he was the one getting the clutches time after time here.
That's his nickname.
I love it. I just never seen it on a lower third. I love it.
We're just making him better. We're just making him
but his clutches were so impactful in that G2 game. I think he's a really consistent force for this G2 roster. His utility is always on point, and it feels like every match has one or two of those big clutch rounds that can push these wins over the line for G2.
Yeah, it's a scary prospect to go up against, but again, this is a rematch. Team Heretics should have learned from those mistakes, and thus fundamentals could not get on the way. Even with that, Jonapi is showing a brilliant performance so far. And it's even when he's not getting those clutches, sometimes he doesn't even need to because he's just setting up everybody else for success.
This is the thing, though. They should learn from that. But the fact of the matter is, Mimi, they lost. It was G2 that won.
They did end up losing. And I think they are a better team than they were when they lost that game. The fundamentals have improved vastly. They've figured out their comps on maps like Split. But I think G2 is going to win this game. And I think the biggest thing for me is how strong their team play is at shutting down star players. They've done it against the best in the world, shutting down players like Ospas. They have great synergy. They're always finding double swings, and they always have the right game plan. I think it's time for people to stop doubting G2.
Maybe, you know, Heretics wants to bring in the chaos. Maybe they feel so comfortable that when the plan is going down and they cannot play against G2, they decide to just send it.
I can't wait to see which way we're going to go here. It's time to bring the players onto stage. Here's Team Heretics and G2 Esports.
Team Heretics. G2.
Oh, it feels like deja vu out here. It wasn't that long ago when we saw both of these teams on this very stage, and it was G2 that came out on top. But this time around, things are very, very different, and the map pool is absolutely bonkers.
What? You're telling me? Okay, so for people, context, Team Heretics have been perma-banning that Ascent the entire year. So, but they decide, I guess, pick your poison. Do you want to go back into that bind, or do you want to face Ascent and whatever can happen there?
Yeah, I don't expect anything crazy on that map. I imagine they're just going to be playing the default comp, but they must have been practicing it, and that sets us up for a very cool classic Icy versus Woot head-to-head on that Star Duelist role. We'll be starting things off, though, on Icebox, which for me has been a really strong map for G2. I think especially on their defensive side, where they'll switch over to in the second half, has been stellar. Their flood retakes, the way that they isolate fights in the backside, especially towards A, has really been on point through this event.
Yeah, exactly. Wasn't this also the map that they got 13-1?
Yeah, by T1.
It did happen.
It happened.
It happened.
But they've grown a lot since then.
No.
And honestly, this match is about two teams who have had massive growth. From the debut they both had back in the Swiss stage to now in the second round, in the upper round of the playoffs, it's two squads who have met the moment in Shanghai.
But it's interesting, right, that both of these teams, they do not want to face up against each other in the maps that they have already played. Sure. Heretics is going for something they have not picked in the past. They want to go for the Icebox. They feel very, very comfortable. This was the map that, by the way, went completely insane against FPX, that never-ending overtime that actually took them out of the Swiss stage.
That really surprises me, because obviously maybe the 13-1 is the reason that Heretics want to take G2 there, but it's also a map that they could have very well lost, and it could have meant that they very well not have been here.
Why not Lotus, right? We were talking about the initiators. Patitech is so good. Rians is so good there. Even if they were to start on the defense, they do a great job at shutting them down, but they decide to leave that for last. Maybe they're expecting to go to distance.
So we're starting things off on Icebox as our map number 1 of this series then. And really, I think for Team Heretics, they're one of the few teams in the event that is still playing the old kind of classic Sova KO composition. And I think if they're going to find success here, they need to really get things going on this defensive side. Their comp is really good for fighting forward, setting Woot up on some of these forward lines. I think the key to success is disrupting this KO Gecko, as what we saw in that first series. But G2.
There is not going to be a harbor. They decide to go for the sage here. Did you expect this one, Mimi?
No, I didn't, but I do like this change. Yeah. I like the, this is kind of a little bit a la 100 Thieves, where they're sticking to that comp they were doing before with that KO, or excuse me, that Sova and that Gecko in the mix. But the stage makes it a little bit easier to get that spike plant down, adds a little oomph to your retakes as well. Plus, you can have those lineups with the slow orb towards places like back yellow to help your scaling.
We wanted to see that head-to-head. We're going to have to wait. A composition without a duelist to start things off.
Well, let's not wait any longer and bring your casters into this match. It's Doug and Baby Bay.
Thank you so much, Insu. Yeah, Mimi mentioned it, Icebox to kick us off. We've got to talk about the Sage transition, moving away from the Harbor towards that pick. What are your thoughts?
I think it has a lot to do with the attacking side. I mean, they want to set the pace. They want to get the bomb down. I mean, they had no success at all against T1, but I think that can work into their favor, Doug, because when you lose that badly, you didn't really show much of anything, and they were able to watch so many rounds from Heretics on this composition. And G2 is a heavy prep team, so they might come fielding a lot of unique ideas that will counter the way Heretics like to play this defensive side.
And they've made a living of studying their opponents and knowing them in some ways better than they know themselves.
And not only their opponents, but specifically shutting down the enemy duelists.
Yeah.
They're so good at that. We've seen them do it with Ospas. They've seen them do it time and time again with all the duelists here.
Yeah. I mean, they did it domestically, now they're doing it internationally, but this is a big ask, man, because Woot has taken this tournament by storm.
Oh, he's been phenomenal all tournament long, and I mean, he's getting more and more comfortable on this role, and he said he feels a lot of pressure, but
you wouldn't believe it.
Yeah, he goes so aggressive at times, especially on this side of the map. That's a great shock dart to get some chip damage on the Leaf to start the round.
Has a Sheriff to work. Not a ton of noise made in this round so far. See the drone now moving forward a little bit, trying to venture out and see what it can sniff out on the site.
And the whole point of using that drone so early and from a safe spot is to see if anybody pushes B. Whereas in the last match for Heretics, there were so many players, Woot, and I believe it was Boo, that would push through B together time and time again. So you already see that spread default they're holding for the re-aggression. And Jonah P was trying to catch anybody off guard, but Heretics, they were wise to just chill out, play a very slow round.
I mean, G2 are glad to do a lot of the same, and part of that is because they don't have a duelist to be the engage, to be the spark, to be the go.
Yeah.
But as the wall goes up, Woo's Ghost,
that's a free
not
bomb
able to
as
get
well.
through it. You see those mollies, they're going to cause problems. They haven't committed to the plant yet. They've tried, but they have not succeeded. Now 10 seconds left, and a second attempt at getting the spike down. Meanwhile, Boo dancing in between the panel. It's been left open, trying to find a couple of kills. But G2 have made it this far. They've gotten the spike down. Wood on the dash out as the round comes to a halt.
A lot of players low HP, Doug.
Yeah, and a dare from either side. Who's going to be the first to swing? Who's going to be the first to go? GEN.G Fishy finding 2 big kills. Icy on the swing, not able to steady it. He got close, but it was not enough. Heretics with the pistol.
Clutch round from GEN.G Fishy, who in the last series they played, I mean, he was a big star for them on that Cypher role. And this time it's the Killjoy. It's the trading and the spacing of Heretics that's so impressive with this team. And that was a big factor of why they made it this far so in this tournament.
GEN.G Fishy's just been a rock for this team, man.
Yeah, he's been stellar all tournament long.
He's just so steady. You wouldn't think he's as young as he is. The maturity that he shows on stage, the composure that he competes with.
I mean, the whole team of Heretics, they're a bunch of young guns.
Yeah.
That's what's so impressive to me. They're so early on in their careers, they're already this good. Will be an anti-eco for Heretics. Boo already picks off Leaf towards that B side of the map.
At early peak, just not going his way.
And this is a whole different pace change from Heretics so far. They're not going for the Woot show where he's just pushing up A main every single round.
Well, not yet.
Yeah, not yet.
Give it time.
But that's what's so beautiful about their adaptations in the match-to-match setting, is that now G2, they were waiting for it even from the pistol round, but they didn't give it all. And then that clock ran down so low. And now aggressive off the utility, it's really clean so far from Heretics.
Very well considered.
And G2, I mean, they don't really have much to work with at this point. You do have that little Viper lurk orb, but it's kind of obvious when you put it up in the middle of the round after getting shut down B, getting shut down A.
Yeah, there are only so many other places you can go.
Yeah, and this turret's gonna get the info for sure. And maybe even a conversion for GEN.G Fishy to get another ultimate orb. Oh, he dinked him.
And he kills Jonah P.
Good stuff so far.
More than halfway to his ult now.
Icy does slip on by here. He might get a little sneaky kill on Arians. He's met with a sheriff to the face.
Dude, it's a jump scare. Valorant's a horror game.
It was a horror game for sure in that moment. The Panatech will end up cleaning up the round.
Nicely done by Heretics. They're only dropping re-ends, and GEN.G Fishy is going to have to buy up a little bit as far as armor. Woot will have to as well, but I mean, that's a great round for them, all things considered. And you're right, they were able to apply pressure on really every single lane in the map. And when you're clicking that early and you're starting to get a read on how the opposition likes to play, that's a great start.
Oh, baby.
Yeah, that shot is crazy.
Beautiful from Boo. That's that jump scare that we saw. I mean, I'm surprised nobody hit the little mouse wheel jump right there. I mean, we saw so many of those this tournament so far. We will be going into the gun round, though.
A Sheriff for Rien's, an Outlaw for Woot, and Presence B from G2.
It's a nice B default.
Oh, I love that so much. Not able to punish on it, but the idea is great. You have Boo come out and clear it, and he still gets the best of Allen, but he's the one who clears out the drone, and then Woot swings behind it.
That's the Sage Wall down, too, so now it's going to be so hard to get that bomb planted for G2. Kind of have to even the numbers here.
Leaving. The middle of the map is just not open. It took a couple of shots, it was labored, but they haven't really been able to gain any traction there.
Yeah, Leaf almost survived with his life there, but GEN.G Fishy with the tags through the wall and everything, I mean, it's too nice. It's too nice right now from Heretics.
Meanwhile, Woot is still playing on this B-long angle. Still with the Outlaw.
And I wonder now if you're G2, if you're wondering, maybe we should have stayed on that harbor to deny these lines.
Oh, surely it's too early to be thinking like that.
It might be, but it's definitely been working against them even on that B default.
Sure.
Start.
30 seconds left.
Still early on, though. You're 100% correct.
And they still, I mean, they have the utility to be able to get past this. There are only 2 rifles left, though.
Oh,
Jonah Patience in a really good spot. Is that what the P stands for? Patience?
Yeah, Jonah Patience.
Look at this. Don't botch it, though. Don't botch it, though. Nicely done. 3 on the round for him, but he's going to have to close out the round on his own. And it was just too much with Patatek on the other side.
That's all they could have wished for in that moment. They're already down 3v5. Player got tagged up by that outlaw.
But honestly, for as much as you'd like to go, like, yeah, okay, you know, we were able to get a couple, we dropped some weapons out, a couple of confidence kills, whatever. You don't want to start on the attack side. Yeah, it's another
What's
kill
that from Boo again?
That's twice, so you get away with that. You just don't want to start this half this way.
Yeah, no, losing the bonus, losing pistol into bonus has got to be the worst feeling in the world as a player.
Yeah, there's a lot to like on the Heretic side so far. 6-0 for their Sentinel. 1 away from his ult. Really, all of them are starting to come online. That engine's revving up.
Yeah, they're going to really reap the benefits after this round. If they can win it cleanly and maybe even grab that A-orb at some point. I mean, they have 4 players here. Why not?
Yeah.
Scanning ahead.
Like this dart. Yeah, here we go. He's just going to grab the orb. Oh, maybe not.
Or
they're going to get even more aggressive.
Or they want to fight.
G2,
forget the orb.
Yeah, G2 need to punish this, though.
2 here. And Wu goes over the top. There's no way Leaf knows.
Brother.
What a beautiful setup.
Look at the tracking on that, too. The shots from Woot. Such a pleasure to watch this man play the game.
G2 are getting pushed around early here.
And Heretics are ahead of this. They have 4 players still here. Patatek is tucked on top of screen, too. There's so many layers of this defensive side setup to not get cheesed.
Yeah, I mean, they saw 2 in A with the drone. And then they have so much KG utility on the other areas of the map to be able to keep things back. Woot snap again. Oh, and he's looking to strike terror into the hearts of G2, and they're doing it. A flawless round as Heretics get to 4.
And now you start to wonder for G2, if you lose this next gun round, the second gun round. Oh, here's that replay again of the tracking from Woot. This was such a nice shot. Look at this. I mean, yeah, he saw him the whole way and he was wall hacked, but he still executed on it. That was what was most impressive. And what I was getting to was, for G2 now, you got to start wondering, are you feeling the same feelings as you did against that T1 team? You know, when you drop 13-1, if you lose this next gun round, it's getting scary for you.
Yeah, those bad memories, they linger. They hang around longer than you'd like them to, that's for sure.
So much of this game is based off the mental and the fortitude that you can have with it.
Right. Confidence is king. And right now it seems like G2 are lacking it in droves.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
Oh, they may have something going on here. Valen was tagged by the Soviet util, but Icy's Thrash going forward, but they haven't cleared Woot.
He hasn't moved.
He hasn't had to.
Yeah, he held his ground the entire round, and now he gets all the info that everyone's leaning towards B.
Without being found.
I guess they aren't really ahead of that, though, because the KO and Patatek and Rians are still not rotating over. Just now, we see Patatek rotating over. But the stall from Heretics, it should be enough to delay this.
I mean, they have so many spits, and Molly's sitting here.
Oh, actually, those shock darts from Trent did a really good job of denying that delay on the bomb. It still goes down, though, to spam, maybe?
Yeah, it seemed like it. A second attempt at getting the spike down will be delayed as Boo falls. The pit's still in play for the attack side.
30 seconds left.
Round wins have been elusive up until this point. They've got to find a way to convert here. This feels like the best chance they've had so far. The need to capitalize on an opportunity as they all swing. Benji Fishy with 2. And Rians is going to have to do it on his own. He has an ult in his back pocket.
The time might work to his favor here if he decides to go
planted
for the solo ult. Guess he doesn't.
Not yet. G2 taking a step back.
Huh?
Now committing to it.
Okay.
Oh my God! Kill! The tag will not be found, but Jonah P on the swing. The spam not connecting.
It almost did.
He's gotten across though. Rians has introduced a lot of fireworks into the seconds that we've had, but time is short. Jonah P gets his third as G2 are finally on the board.
Yeah, the professor closes it out there, but that was a really ambitious Sobal, and when he converted that first kill, I was there. I was here for it. I believed for a split second that there was a chance. How did this go down?
Oh, spam from Nest.
Oh, wow.
That's a crazy timing to be able to hit. as the pit was going up. Fortunate. This position here from Jonah P is perfect.
Yeah, his reposition, running past his Viper pit, it was still up, maybe just going down. But that puts a lot of players on light armor and even a stinger buy for G2. So even with Heretics losing that round, they dropped so many rifles, only one player stayed alive, and now you have an operator online for Woot.
Yeah, the situation looks grim early. Oh. Woot doesn't miss those very often. Oh. Well, now that's 2.
That was a bit tighter of a jump spot, though. Those ones are really hard to hit.
Yeah.
He might be overstaying his welcome here.
He's going to get pushed off this angle. Lockdown will flush him away.
On the other side, Benji has his own lockdown, so G2 are going to have to push all the way forward. And are they aware that there's a gap in this wall?
Still not connecting, but Rians does. The wall goes up, Icy gets the plant down. That op has failed to sing a song of success this round. But it's been close, it's been tempting, it's been tantalizing.
And that Killjoy ult, it doesn't really get too much value. It will force a lot of players back from Ali's default.
But they still have so much utility that they can play around. They aren't really being flushed out of the space, you're right. Really far back. Glad to take the fight in front of him. Strength gets 1.
A nice back and forth so far. Woot, he's going to have to come up huge right here with this operator, but Icy will sit him down.
I believe it was 4 shots rattled off and not a single one connect as G2 get their second.
Nicely played around from G2. Just settling the score in that post plant. Baiting out Benji Fishy's ultimate into that kitchen area. And Icy just getting out of dodge. I mean, he was playing that default area to be able to potentially disrupt Benji Fishy and try to kill him before that lockdown comes out. But when you use the lockdown from such a far position, it kind of plays into G2's hands because on their post plants, they're so dialed, they're so rehearsed.
Right.
They play together, they get the trades like in that scenario.
Uh-oh, Blades online for Woot.
Oh, they broke the molly for him too on top of pipes. But this dart and the updraft.
The op didn't really connect on anything. Can the Blades tell a different story?
I mean, he's striking fear into G2. You can tell G2 do not want to give him any 1v1s at all.
And he's trying. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
It's kind of what I talked about. They're so good at denying enemy duelists from getting kills, getting momentum going. And Woot, I mean, he's trying his darnest to do that.
Turrets destroyed.
So far, it's been the duelist Benji Fishy who's finding success. Turns out he was the final boss.
Yeah, I mean, he could be. I mean, if the duelist isn't your win condition against a team like G2, it allows opportunities for players like Benji Fishy to have to step up.
And he's just gotten his 10th kill. 10-2 so far as Leaf falls. That knife got so much value, it slowed everything down, and now with what, a little under 40 seconds left, G2 have a massive decision to make.
And they can't go back. I mean, if they go back, they're going to be met by Woot's knives.
30 seconds left.
So it's just going to be a weird game of cat and mouse right here. It looks like they do want to maybe go back, but that's... The time running low is the cue for Woot to just speed up here, and if Trent uses his Hunter's Fury, he's going to get flanked.
He's a sitting duck. The knives looking to get active, but forget about it. Benji Fishy gets his 4. Woot gets the last, as Heretics get another.
And normally on a map like this, it's the Leaf show. I mean, he's played phenomenal on this map on the Killjoy. Yeah, it was a different comp, but I mean, he's staying the same. And he's getting diffed right now by Benji Fishy by a mile.
That knife got so much value.
Yeah,
I mean, it threw brakes on this round so hard.
Whoa! That's how he got those kills?
That's criminal.
That was insane. What good spray control from Benji Fishy. That will cause G2 to use a timeout fairly early on here. 5-2 scoreline. Heretics just, they've been in the driver's seat all game long.
Yeah.
From the pistol round, the conversion on the bonus.
I want to get your thoughts on the timing of this timeout, though, because it's not like you've been hit in a couple of rounds and you're down 0-4 and you're like pressing the panic button, right? This feels like, yes, they're down, but this feels like really good timing out from Josh, the head coach for G2. He's had a couple of rounds to sit and watch things out and kind of see what the adjustments are, and it doesn't feel as panicked, I guess. What are your thoughts?
I definitely don't feel like it's a panic timeout. I mean, the economy right now for G2, you guys can't see it, but it's not looking good. It should be an anti-eco, I believe. So this timeout is mainly for that next gun round. They need to convert it. you have to convert the gun rounds. If you lose another one, that's when you're going to start hitting that panic button and freak out.
Yeah.
So giving his team 2 rounds to kind of get their mind right, getting back into the zone for that actual gun round, that'll be good. But as I say that, it's actually a force buy into the round. So they're trying to catch Heretics off guard. This is a big moment to change the tide, swing the game into their favor. If they can steal this one away.
It's a big heist if they want to pull it off. And I mean, it's just so damn difficult.
Bad Attack is so clean with his mechanics too. I mean, everybody from Heretics. I feel like every other round, somebody's just getting a 2K or 3K, all headshots. I barely see them get body shot kills. Maybe Woot will with the up, but honestly, I wouldn't doubt if he gets a headshot too with this gun.
As the dash expires, the crosshair still held. It's on Jonah P to try to at least apply some pressure, create some space. It's manipulating rotations as Rian goes back B.
All he has is a stinger here, though. He's taking his timing.
I like this. It's really just intended. I mean, if he can find some space, that's great. Create a little chaos in the round, why not? You've got plenty of time here, too. All that info. You hear the drone out, you hear the footsteps, he's now gonna get caught, but is that enough to bring him back? Because G2 are already rotating back B. They might have gotten ahead of this, but not the way they wanted to.
Heretics are playing this so safe, so disciplined. I mean, Jonah P got no value here besides that space gather like you were talking about.
And honestly, as they're filling back into the space, it might be their demise because, again, Heretics are already here. You've got Patty who's already here. You've got Rians who's here.
With a third to the round.
He's already gotten 3.
Last player standing.
Wow. Fallon gets a spike down, but yeah, win the 1v5 now. That's just so tough.
That was beautiful play from Heretics. They understood that there could have been a timing of Jonah P creeping up there. And for Rians, who was top site, to back all the way up into kitchen there, in that tunnel, and then use the drone to find out if that timing was a thing. Oh, these shots, by the way, insane.
So steady, man.
Insane. Made it look effortless.
Just an easy little tap.
He gets a spam kill. But that drone from Rians, that was all the info needed. And
They tried
boom.
to double swing me on the belt. Who are these guys?
I mean, when you're shooting like that, like, yeah, okay. I respect it. I respect that.
He has a point, though. They didn't really double swing him. Like, the timing of it, the spacing wasn't really there.
Yeah, they gave him ones.
Normally, the spacing will be a little bit tighter for G2, and the trade could have been there. But Rians, I mean, the desk was talking about him, and yeah, he's not sitting at the top of the scoreboard like Benji Fishy, but his impact with just the utility was great that round.
Dizzy goes up, goes back down with no info found.
This is like the 3rd time in a row now that Patatek has denied that drone really early on with the KO dagger.
Yeah.
He's saving it for that drone. So G2, in the future rounds, they need to try to bait that out first, or maybe walk up and explode right on top of him as that drone is coming out. Speaking of explosions,
Wu just made up for the other shots he missed a couple of rounds ago. With 1 taking down 2.
And he got a headshot. These guys always get headshots even with the operator. So much mechanical talent on Heretics. And to think that this isn't even their starting roster.
You wouldn't believe it. With how good they've looked this tournament, nothing feels forced or hurried or panicked. It all feels like it's all part of the plan, and every single facet is executed to bloody perfection. We've been waiting to see when these kids are going to slow down. When are they going to meet a little resistance? When are they going to, you know, show signs of weakness? It's not happening, at least on Icebox.
I don't know, and I'm so impressed by the different change of pace that they're showing. In FPX, it was kind of like a brawl.
Yeah.
It was an all-out brawl. This is that second timeout. This is the panic button. Timeout for G2. Here's the replay of that collat.
That's tough, man.
I mean, it is tough because you kind of are learning from the last round of swinging together, and then you do that and do an op and you get collatted.
You swung 2 together now. There's gotta be an in-between.
You're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't.
Yeah.
G2 are in a really tough spot right now in these future rounds. They just haven't really had success apart from those B post plants that they got. But they're not really able to get the bomb down at all now. Heretics, although they're not running it down like I was saying about that FPX game where it was like a big brawl, they're still disrupting. They're still getting kills. It's just more passive of angles, passive of lines.
Yeah.
And we're seeing now maybe the problem with switching to a new composition, although it's one character, your defaults are a little bit different. Now all of a sudden you can't deny that operator value. Like whereas when you had that Harbor Cascade, you could have walled him off and kind of forced a fight where you know he's gonna take it. But now you don't really have those options with running the Sage opposed to the Harbor.
Yeah, I think part of the other issue too is this comp. I mean, you can see the genetic makeup for it is to commit to getting the spike down.
Yeah.
Right? You've got the wingman, you have the wall, you have slow orbs to deny any sort of spam. You've got all of that stuff. So I think for Heretics, they're able to dial in on that. As soon as you see this like set of chain utility going in, they're here, they've committed. Like, it's really hard to draw pump fakes where Harbor allows you to do that so much more.
And a lot of that has to do with the way Patatek's been using this knife, denying all that info utility and not giving G2 any type of space. This time he used it really early on. And G2, if they want to get anything going right now, they need to take advantage of that cooldown timing of that KO dagger to, you know, cycle their utility onto the site and actually be able to scale up.
The problem is they use their recyclable utility at the same time. G.E.N.G Fishy, again, finding another kill.
He's just good for one every single time. And that's on.
And honestly, that's on a bad round for him.
Yeah, yeah, you're right. And it's against Leaf, who he's been so crucial for G2's success on a map like Icebox. I mean, he's been dropping 27 bombs, 30 bombs. He kind of is that duelist that we're saying G.E.N.G Fishy is right now.
Yeah.
For G2.
Right.
And him going down early like this, he's got no momentum.
And he's 4-10. Maybe the defensive side will tell a different story, but G2 have just had wheels spinning in mud this entire half.
And there's no pressure B right now, so Woot, I mean, he had that line the entire time. It allows his team to just stack over towards that A side. He might be, he almost got the timing.
He's
no
gonna peek
way.
ahead of this. My goodness.
He's so fast.
He's so bold.
Oh, there's
reckless approach. He even deals a couple of warning shots through the crack. Yeah, the shorty might not do it, but that angle and op will. They can't even commit to getting a spike down here.
I mean,
there's nobody around it.
Look at Rians.
They have to frag out, and G2 can't.
Rians. I mean, if you go 1-for-1 against G.E.N.G Fishy, all of a sudden you're running into the operator of Woot, who's running through a Viper smoke to get a kill, dashes out instantly, and then you just have Rians on the other side of the site playing a Sova anchor towards that snowman area. There's so much to deal with. I mean, that's instantaneous. You cannot trade that.
No. And then also,
it's so fast. They weren't even ready. Players of G2 didn't have their gun out.
No, that's the kind of play that makes you feel like, dude, we can't find success.
Can't do anything.
Because if he's disrespecting our orbs like that, he's going to take these aggro peaks. He's just going to, not run at you, but in a lot of ways run at you. You're just you're left scratching your head. What do you do?
G2 have been playing for that initial layer, that initial run-up, that initial aggression, but they're not ready for the mid-round aggression.
Right.
And that's...
second layer, the third layer.
Exactly. That's the success that Heretics is having right now.
Well, I mean, they're having success in every layer.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's just one of the aspects of success that they've had so far in this first map. I mean, brother.
And he even stays to try to get a second. Almost does. Icy gets dinked.
Yeah. Jeez. That Killjoy Molly will be broken, though, so finally a bomb plant down for the way at G2. It's been, what, probably like 5-6 rounds since that's happened.
Yeah. Leaf might get a really good timing here.
Yeah.
As he's going to be on the late flank, and that lockdown is going to spread him out a little bit here.
He has the Bulldog to do it as well. But, oh, sound made! At the very last second.
Yeah, Wu won't miss that, man. It seemed like there was a window of opportunity, but lo and behold, Heretic slams it shut again. The defuse is held.
It's that Killjoy ult from G.E.N.G Fishy and the disrespectful one-tap on a Jonah P at the end to rub dirt in the wound of this half.
G2 have built their pedigree around never giving in, never giving up, right? You think about their history, the fact that they stay together, they grind through Ascension, all of the stuff that went down with that, and then they decide we're never giving in, we're never giving up, we're staying together. They qualify for Shanghai in the exact same way with this grit to it, where it isn't always pretty, it isn't always sexy, but man, it works. But right now, that grit is just getting punched in the mouth. Like,
and at some point, yeah, it's gonna come to bite you in the butt because you gotta win the first map sometimes. I mean, you can't always have these reverse series comebacks, right? As we're just yapping off. It's the Heretic show once more.
This double op is so difficult for them to get through. Finally, a couple of them falling, but they're still in play.
One enemy
Wood
remaining.
is playing so close up here. Gets the last kill with the shorty. A 10-2 half. The way of the #2 seed from EMEA.
One of the most convincing halves of Icebox we've seen apart from T1 against G2.
It's just so dominant. It's so clean.
This is a replay of what was happening while we were waffling off. Patatek was the one getting aggressive here. And this was the key success. It really wasn't Woot going overly aggro in the beginning of the rounds. It was the other players that were getting a lot of the value.
I mean, full vibes up. They're getting everything they want and then some, to be honest. To be up 10-2 against G2 on their map pick is great. We've got Mika standing by with the super fan from G2 who's probably not having as much fun as he would like. Take it away, Mika.
I'm standing here right now with a G2 super fan, Eric Song. Eric, thank you so much for taking time to chat with us. Why G2? I'm curious. What began, your love story with G2, or your how much of a fan you are for this team?
Well, I first started off in 2018 when Caps joined G2. I was a league fan. I was there 2019. I was there at 3 a.m. watching them losing to FunPlus Phoenix 0-3. I stick with the team. My favorite player, Caps, also stick with the team, and I embrace the team's culture. I like to yap. I like to talk crap, and it's part of being G2. It's part of being the G2 army.
Oh, that is so good to hear, especially since, win or lose, you stand by your team, right? Now, I understand that G2, being a G2 fan, rather, has given you a lot of friends all over the world. Is that right?
Yes. One time in London, actually, I was there to study, and my other friend, who I've never met in person for 3 years, was also in London. So I said, you're in London, I'm in London. How about we meet up and we have a little dinner? And that's what we did, and we took a picture. We never seen each other for the first 3 years, although we know each other and talk to each other every day.
Oh, that's so nice to hear. And of course, how are you enjoying the event that you get to see G2 here play live in Shanghai?
Well, I've been to a little live events because I was in a place where most live events are not taking place. So this is a really great opportunity for me and to see G2 especially and to support them. I think this is a really great opportunity, and I thank the manager and I thank the community manager, Flap, for giving me the opportunity.
Oh, that's fantastic. Well, you have some fans here in the audience, so let's get back to the game.
I mean,
so wholesome.
Yeah.
And a well-spoken man, too.
Yeah, I love it. To be able to carry over that level of fandom from one game to the next is just super dope. Unfortunately, he's watching his team get obliterated. But it's just map 1, and it was just the attack half. We've seen really silly things happen in this tournament. I just think about a couple of, maybe an hour ago, with those crazy potential comebacks that all ended up being fake, unfortunately, but maybe this is where something real happened.
Yeah, and this comp could thrive more on the defensive side. You don't have to, you don't have to worry about having to scale up against everybody from Heretics.
And honestly, we talked a lot about Leaf in the previous half and how he was such a terror on Icebox, dropping crazy amounts of kills on the Outlaw specifically. The value he was able to provide is great. Maybe on this defensive half he can settle in a little bit more, but Heretics have just slipped the net on him again. All of this noise you made, all this utility A, and they're already rotating back B. Joan-P's gonna get pushed off this angle. Drops the spit, but gets dropped in exchange.
Through the vulnerable, now Benji Fishy.
Oh, he's tucking too. He's playing this so well. He's not aggressively going to get under tunnel. He's gonna hold the line. Here the rotations come through, and then they can fight. Trent will fall. Benji Fishy cleans him up. Again, Heretics was still every member up.
It's just so clean.
Finally, a kill going the way of G2 as Woot falls.
But he gets dropped down to 20 HP even with that, and now Patatek will take off Leaf from the server, and it's just all left alone to the IGL at G2.
With 10 HP, not even able to fully get the heal off. Heretics will get the second pistol. They'll get up 11-2, and that might be the map.
It was the way that Heretics just got that entry onto B through the Viper's pit. Boo, so confident to take that 1v1. And then after Woot gets this kill, that activates Benji Fishy to go for his lurk timing. It's like they're falling like dominoes, and it's all because of the teamwork and chemistry from Heretics.
And I think Heretics still continue to do a good job of catching swing timing, stuff where you're not really expecting it, right? I think about Woot's peak mid, I think about Boo's swing there.
Yeah.
Because you put a spit down and you go, okay, they're not gonna challenge that. I have time to reposition, but
they took full advantage of that momentum.
G2 forcing up here. 3 stingers.
You have to. You literally have to. This is it, like you said. I mean, what are you going to play for a tie from 12 to 2?
No.
Nobody does that.
Knife not going to tag anyone. The slow orb's already going out. Heretics don't have a ton of info on the other side of the map, so you imagine they're going to want to commit here. And honestly, they've been so successful in their plan A that I can't imagine they deviate from it here.
And I don't think the plant will get delayed either. Shock Molly doesn't hit the mark, so even the utility right now for G2 is just not there.
Just off. And Heretics now, they can push the pace. They can take the fight to G2. It's been the way they found success this entire map. Can they do it again? Boo not able to connect. Those singers, they're causing problems. Rienz has one of his own, but the Bulldog is the one you have to be worried about. Only getting 2. Rienz left alone. G2 on the force. They get another round.
Something about the stinger in these games when you're just down so much and you just don't care, you run and gun, it gets so much value. Heretics, I think they made a big mistake there getting aggressive when they had gun advantage. They could have played back, they could have just used the long range battles.
Yeah, sure.
We saw player back yellow actually get, what, 2 kills from that spot? Had they just ran the clock down, they would have done a really good job, maybe secured the round even.
Right.
But they have such a huge buffer to work with. I'm sure they're not worried. It's a throwaway round. All right, whatever, we got ecoed.
Yeah.
You know, nothing to panic about. We still got 2 of our timeouts. They have none.
G2 with the gun advantage here. I believe it's the first time all map they've had the gun advantage.
I mean, we was like, all right, YOLO.
He's just fully sending.
Yeah, he really sent that. That was insane. Dashed right onto the orb.
Here.
Got dropped by Icy, and now a freeze to the round.
The thing you got to be cautious about, though, is yes, I mean, it's a massive lead right now. It would be Herculean for them to pull this off. But I will say this. I want to go back to that grit conversation we were having earlier. What has built G2 up until this point, how they've been molded, how they've been put together, it's honestly in the faces of things like this.
Yeah.
Where you've been destroyed in the first half and everybody's counting you out except for the 5 guys that are on the stage and the coaches behind them. That's where the G2 magic tends to happen. So, I mean, yeah, it's a big lead, but flawless rounds like that, they're going to get confidence together. Eco's going to start to stack. All of a sudden, you've got ults that are starting to come together at the same time, and maybe
you have a chance. Yeah. And even if you don't secure this map win, even if it's a fake comeback,
right?
Just I speak about this a lot. Getting that confidence, getting warmed up going into your map pick is so important.
It's massive.
You have to have something going for you when you go into the next map. I mean, I guess against T1, I mean they proved to come back from a 13-1 and it didn't really matter, but it just feels better as a player to know that, okay, I can actually sit these little kids down, these kids, these fraggers, these dominators of Heretics down.
Yeah.
Going into your own map pick. And then make it go to a map 3.
Did he recall the turret? I think he recalled the turret before, and they cleared the nano.
Good timing on that. It should come up shortly then. I'll have it again. Maybe there was a molly that was about to land there on top of it.
Yeah, it was. And so they cleared. I mean, they were able to clear out the molly as well. But now Leaf has his turret back online.
A missed molly. Speaking of mollies, that molly is supposed to land at that other side of yellow.
Yeah.
Either way, it'll force Valen to give that entire area up.
Dude, they knew Wood is there, but
yeah, they
was
can't
nothing
really punish.
There's nothing to really cause punishment. You're right. So you can soul him all you want. He's still going to accelerate a little bit later.
And while all this spam is happening, Leaf was so worried about the lurk from Benji Fishy.
Yeah.
But Benji Fishy, the this whole time, he's just been chilling. He's just chilling in spawn.
No real need to accelerate. No real need to push the pace.
Cutting noise on a map like this can be so devastating when you're not running a KO.
Yeah, with
that KO dagger, when it comes back up, you're able to get the info again. Right. But when you don't run it, I mean, Heretics are able to do this and actually explode with their own. But Valen, he's woken up.
He was quiet in the first half, but Rienz might just be louder. He's taking a lot of damage for it, but Benji Fishy is going to have a really nice late timing here through Kitchen.
And the lurk is now just activating this late into the round.
Forget it. There's no way you expect that.
No.
And they've got the Hunter's Fury out from Rienz. Boo on the swing is Chaos. Causes problems. Rienz with 4.
It's impossible.
Trent's tagged. And a statement made. Heretics get to that point.
Match point.
I spoke about how nice it would be to run a KO on the defensive side, to have that cooldown come back up and get the dagger for the info. This time around, it was Valen who got 2 of those entries, but another collat. Rienz, he was so cold in this round.
Enes, you are insane, bro. Nice, Enes.
That's the other tough thing about playing in a situation like this is, you know, you've been rolled, you don't feel like you can get anything going. All of a sudden, you're starting to put something together. Valen's getting 2Ks, and then Rienz just counter punches with something that's even more impressive. And you go, well, I mean, that's demoralizing. That's frustrating to be on the other side.
They just strip your belt away from you. It's just like a terrible feeling. Got a feel for G2 right now, but you got to give praise to how Heretics have played this map. I mean, the back and forth battle they had against FPX, this is a big, big improvement.
I mean, Heretics have played this borderline perfectly.
Yeah. Apart from what, the anti-eco that they had when they got eco'd?
Yeah, and they maybe pushed a little bit too far, but other than that, Heretics have just been insane.
The timing on their aggression on that last round, using the KO dagger onto site. Yeah, Valen got 2, but even like just the idea of it.
Icy's not able to land the shot with the op. Got to take a step back. Now they know that the op is in play, and they know where it is.
Oh, incredible finesse from Woot.
Way.
I think he might catch Trent off guard right here. Whoa, the shots don't connect. And Trent, he had to back up for his life.
Woot's still threatening too.
Okay.
When he hits the spam on the Jonah P through the wall.
Jonah P gets hit in the crossfire of a battle that was a 1v1 of Trent and Woot. He just showed up.
3 HP, Boo almost gets away, but will fall.
Look at this late lurk again, all the way from A site this time.
Icy still with the op in hand. Jonah P joining the fold once more. As Benji Fish is going fast with it, trying to capture timing, and again, it's all down to timing. If he can strike at the right time, Valen with 2 massive kills. But now Benji Fishy has arrived at the scene, gets his 1. Rienz and Benji Fishy both weak. It's a 1v1. Valen's gonna hold the defuse. That's perfect.
Benji Fishy makes a statement at the end, killing Icy, and that's that operator gone, but the speed up from G2 is what was the factor in this round, and that Gecko wingman defusing the bomb.
Yeah.
Good job, little guy. There's no way for Benji Fishy to know that that's on there.
No.
Maybe a lack of communication from the rest of his team.
That Dizzy did so much work.
It was really good, really well timed. Had G2 not jumped the gun a little bit early there, I mean, Benji Fishy activates, the round's over, map point, the match is done.
But again, they stick around. Woot with blades now. They have 2 other ults on the side of Heretics as well. No op this time on the side of the defense, but Trent with his ult. He's playing really far up here too. Gonna get tagged by the knife. The drone is down, very reminiscent to what we saw in the first half, and now the lockdown dropped.
And I wonder if Woot tries to take a timing on the rotations from G2 or if he just plays the discipline game and just waits for this lockdown.
I thought he was going to for a second.
Yeah, it looked like he was gearing up towards it, but he's playing the discipline game.
Rians has a really nice area that he can tuck into here. Is Trent getting that ult off, getting a tag on a little bit. Woot was nowhere to go, but is there any way to punish him? Yeah, he finally falls. Valen and Leaf providing the frags that are needed, clearing everything that's trouble. And yeah, Boots Pit's been up this entire time, but he's gonna have to close a round out himself. Position given away with the spam. Trent cleans him up. G2 gets a 6.
Trent missed the first 200 Furies, but that connection from Icy's Thrash, he was able to sync up and actually tag Woot down to, what, half HP.
Yeah.
That opened up Valen to just have the confidence of jumping into that Viper's Pit. And that bomb not going down in that scenario, that was everything for G2.
Good shit.
I can't believe Benji Fishy's sitting at 24 and 6.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
He has played really freaking good Valorant. All Heretics has, but G2 are starting to put together a little something. They've been rubbing these 6 together for what feels like the last couple of rounds, and now we're starting to see smoke come out. But is it going to be enough to put together a fully fledged fire?
Wasn't enough to get that kill onto Woot, but he did get him down to 17 HP. So that is a little bit of an advantage for G2 going into this round.
Honestly, they have a huge advantage here. It's just one rifle.
With the guns for sure.
Yeah.
Drone got immense value here.
Yeah.
Saw at least two players. Shock doesn't connect onto Woot. Barely survives.
I think this is all for Boo to find a little bit of space on the other side of the map. And that's exactly what he's doing. But Jonah P waiting close by. He knows that as the wall goes up, there's the threat.
Oh, he was ready.
Yeah, now he spotted him.
Good call.
Boo down to 20. The wall goes up. He knows. He's trying to get out behind it. But that might have been enough for G2 to step back a little bit here.
It was enough to get Leaf to go back to mid, but there's still 3 players of G2 geared up and ready at this A site. An early Dizzy there.
And a flash, Valen having to tuck. Leaf getting one with that outlaw, excuse me. Oh, no. He had nowhere to go. That gets a little messy there. But with 13 seconds left, they have to wait the lockdown out. So it's gonna be a map flurry to get out onto the site. Left. What util do they have? No spits, no nanos. Boo's gonna get tagged.
No time.
They can't get in. Leaf wins them the round. They just don't have to frag it out. It's perfect.
This guy is still going. Yeah, the round's over. They lost it, but now they can all upgrade. And their economy will be set up for the next couple of rounds because of that.
And G2's is not.
Yeah, they've been winning these rounds, but it's been really costly.
They dropped, what, 2 rifles at the end of that round?
I was honestly kind of worried about that early Killjoy ult, but it ended up working in their favor because of how Valen got stuck onto site, onto that gen area. Rians, I don't know if it was a dart or a drone that tagged him there. Basically opened up the opportunity to have a 4v3 in that moment. That was a Killjoy ult invested, though, from the side of G2. And that could open up Team Heretics to get some of their ultimates online potentially in these future rounds and close this one out. That's why you see this timeout. They're talking it over. It's not quite in that worrying range about for G2, but in this case for Heretics, it's starting to build up there.
Yeah, and I think for G2, it's an opportunity for Josh to talk to his troops.
Yeah.
He hasn't been able to talk to them since, what, round 9?
That's a very solid point.
So the timeout, again, and yes, halftime as well, but an opportunity for him to adjust things with the way the half has gone. And it's been so successful for G2, you wonder what kind of adjustments he had to offer there. I imagine it's just little things here and there, because they've done super well up until this point.
It's been a way better defensive side for G2.
And again, that's where they were so successful in Americas.
Yeah. The floods onto the A site, like we saw in this round, I mean, still a little bit off for me for G2. That Dizzy was a little bit too early, in my opinion. But usually it's a little bit more cleaned up.
Sure.
But I mean, it was the right timing. I mean, a lot of players on site were hit by the knife. I understand why you'd want to use it early on.
And it's working.
Yeah.
Trent just spotted 3. He knows everyone's here. Wood, of course, dashes forward anyway. He's gotten backside. No real ult on the side of G2 here. Nothing to flush them out, so they would just have to frag their way through.
Oh.
And Shock.
He missed it completely.
Missing the mark.
I feel like that's happening with a lot of utility we've seen so far from G2.
Now, the only ult that was on the board has been triggered. Patatek's ult. Gonna slow things down for a little bit. Any attempt at G2 not having ults, not having utility now. They're gonna have to wait it out a little bit longer as Valen has fallen. Is this as far as they get? A big kill from Trent, though. As Woot holds the line, tapping, waiting for the dare, waiting for the dash, and it comes out. Leaf pens him through the wall.
A lot riding on Jonah P right now, but he doesn't check Nest.
And there just wasn't enough time either. Just when it seemed like G2 had something going, Heretic slammed the door on him. 13-7 as Icebox goes their way. We'll see if Ascent has a little bit of something else to tell. We'll see you guys on the other side.
Come on, baby! Gen.G Pichi! Gen.G Pichi! Beautiful, beautiful! Mwah, mwah, mwah! What did you do, bro? We're dogs, we're dogs, we're dogs!
I made it to my happy place, got the sun in my eyes and a smile on my face. Yeah. I made it to my happy place, it ain't rained in a while, woke up early today. I feel good, happy faces, I'm so happy that I made it to my happy place.
I'm here right now with Nilzinho of Team Heretics. Now, congratulations on that first map, but coming up next is Ascent, and this is a map that we haven't seen the team on in quite a while. So can you give us a bit of a teaser of what we're going to expect on Ascent?
Yeah, so this was all kind of part of our veto plan, the way we done it. So yeah, we haven't played Ascent in a while, but we've never had this team before, so you know it's a completely new team for this event. We knew they would pick it because we haven't picked it, so we've got a game plan literally just for this game. So yeah.
Excited to see it. Good luck.
That is music to my ears, Nilzinho. I got Mimi and Kukuka hit back here with me. I mean, he talked about the fact that they have a game plan for that map, but a solid game plan for Icebox.
Yeah, they really did. A dominant start to that one. I think Team Heretics showing us all of the things that have been successful throughout this event. Really high levels of confidence, competent mid-rounding, great coordination between their initiators and Woot. And also, of course, Woot just absolutely farming. This kill was ridiculous. He was out there taking risks that it seems like no one else would do and finding so much success for it, Bea.
The way that he was speaking and pushing with the shorty time after time, it was just beautiful to see also how even with all of the pressure that they were put in at the beginning of the round, how they were retaking that space, even with all of that, they saved all of their mollies to prevent the plan from even happening. So even though G2 had that idea of everything's going to be easier with the Sage, even though we don't have a duelist, things became very, very complicated in that first half.
Yeah, and that's G2 also coming out with a new comp, so I think that was a great adaptation to really focus on the Polenta. Now, of course, you're always going to do that on the defense, but I think doubling down on that was excellent. It was a 10-2 half, and well, a couple of those rounds started to slip in the second. Once you have a lead that big, it's almost impossible to let that one go the other way. So big credit to Team Heretics. This is an excellent start.
Well, it's time for our HyperX Reflex moment of the day, and it's Benji fishing.
No surprises here. I think that in the first rounds, I think that I don't know in what numbers he ended up in, but I think that he just wanted to be the main character for once. We've been talking so much about everybody else, and in EMEA, we talk about Benji a lot. And this kind of plays were the kind of rounds that were given that momentum to Heretics that they got from right off the bat. And just look at them vibe and just, you know.
These two guys have quickly become the dynamic duo. They're sitting next to each other each time they play. Every time he has a big moment, they're fist bumping, they're doing the special handshake. And yeah, both him and Woot are having consistently insane games. Los Niños, every one of them is just an insane individual. I feel like there's no other team that you can trust so many players to see them in a disadvantaged situation and just expect them to get a 2 or 3K every round.
And I have to say, I'm still very impressed and happily impressed by the performance that we're seeing from Patitek. In the cast, our casters were mentioning it, how he was shutting down every kind of piece of utility that was on Woot's way to keep putting that pressure. And I just think that he's brilliant doing it.
Yeah, I'm thinking about that round where G2 are double swinging belt and he just adjusts to kill for both and then is dropping back sight and using perfect util to set up Woot for the rest of the round. It was just beautiful stuff from Patty and this whole Heretics lineup.
Well, for G2 though, they're down, but they're not out. They managed to make a comeback last time around. So let's hear what Coach Josh RT had to say ahead of Ascent.
Standing here right now with Josh of G2. Now, I think we have to address the elephant in the room, which was the Sage pick on Valen. I believe it was his first time, so can you let us know why you felt the change was necessary and if we can expect any more?
I won't tell you about that last question, so that's a secret, but the reason for the Sage pick was because in the Swiss stage, T1 handed it to us. We couldn't stop any of their A hits, so I thought of, let's up the defense a little bit with a Sage pick. To tell the tape for that first map, honestly, we missed a few Qs. It's a comp we haven't played that much before, and spacing and trading was an issue there. So as long as we keep the spacing and trading tight and play really good fundamentals, we'll take away map 2.
All right, excited to see it. You can keep your secrets for now.
Yeah, I mean, those are some big things that tend to be the strongest parts of G2, right? Their fundamentals, their trading, that's always what they're excelling at, and shutting down star players. That failed on map number 1, and now we're going into Ascent, and this is the map that is all about the fundamentals, all about the spacing and trading. So they're really going to have to turn things around if they want to stay in this upper bracket.
I love how these two interviews came like full circle, because we have Neil telling us about how, yeah, we have prepared something specifically for this Ascent, and G2 realizing that the problem is in that space and in that trade, and that is what is going to have to come to this Ascent, because as we were saying, Team Heretics has not played this map, not with this roster, in the entirety of the year. So we can expect anything, or maybe just a simple...
Can I pitch
yes,
you?
say it.
Can I take you all the way back to 2020 G2 with Patatek on that roster playing Phoenix on Ascent?
I mean, he wanted revenge. What a way would it
so
be?
poetic, right?
Yeah, but they're picking the default comp, Youngsu.
Yes, but what if? Look at him.
What if it is?
It is an upper bracket game. If they win this, they get a chance to go to the Mercedes-Benz Arena with a stand-in in an event where so many people counted them out. I think they're going to play good, honest Valorant here.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, I don't believe Patty ever lost Ascent playing Phoenix back in the days. He was, that was the agent that kind of got him signed onto G2.
I think they might sub in Sabrosa for map number 3.
He'd probably just be in the KO. I don't want to...
Oh, I'm really sad.
But it's not a surprise whatsoever.
I'm sad.
I do like to see, though, that Benji Fishy is picking into the Cypher. Much more common to see the Killjoy picked into this, but that's a super comfortable role for him. I think the cages also give you some extra options in how you're scaling around on that attacking side, so no surprises here. I'm just excited to see what the game plan is on this map. We haven't seen really at all this year for Team Heretics.
It fits him a lot. Still, my eyes still go to Patatek, and finally we get the head-to-head between Wood and Icy. I cannot wait to see those operator fights.
Yeah, and Team Heretics, they're just one map away from that Mercedes-Benz Arena. Doug and Baby Bay, the pressure is on G2.
Is it ever? Man, after getting punched in the mouth the way they did on Icebox, they've got to find some adjustments. And I mean, I think, Josh, you heard it when he was talking to Mika, like, they understand the timing were an issue, swing timings were an issue. It didn't feel like they were the cohesive unit we normally see them be, but you've got to find those adjustments, and yeah, I mean, you got to find them now. Getting through the Mercedes-Benz Arena this early on, when you've got the comfort of, yeah, maybe you can drop down a little bit to lowers if you need to, that's so sweet, man.
Yeah, and honestly, they should be really confident going into this map, because the last time Heretics played this was November 4th of 2023, and it was a completely different comp.
Yeah.
But I mean, before that weird comp they ran, it was more standard, but G2 should have some confidence going into this map. It's their map pick. They don't know what to really prepare against for a Heretic, so it's kind of just playing your own game. And a lot of the times that can work into your favor when you're not thinking about everything the opponent is doing.
Yeah, and I do think on the other side, Heretics going back to the standard comp, I mean, could potentially only help G2, right?
Yeah, and they've been, G2 in general have been so good on a map like Ascent. Yeah. This is where the IGLing of Valen really shines. And the game planning of how they like to manipulate rotations can shine.
A deep smoke as they try to funnel out and split in through B, but they're going to have to deal with all of this Cypher utility. The flash on the other side of the cage is so nice as Patatek continues to hold the line. G2 still trying to commit, though. Look at that trip.
Yeah, that Cypher trip might end up paying dividends, but Benji does get tagged by that KO dagger.
Icy trying to find some space out, and now they strike, now they overwhelm. And G2 are finding a lot of space here for Benji Fishy, still playing backside. Not able to find anything else. Boo. Can he 1v2? Icy weak. Trent as well. And he's fully healthy. He's got light armor. He's got a Sheriff.
30
and I think the other benefit is G2 haven't been able to commit to the spike yet. They haven't been able to get it down.
Yeah, Boo did a really good job of kind of resetting this fight. And the clock now is just running down lower and lower by the second.
And as every second ticks it off, it's only getting better for Boo.
Oh, he has a real window of opportunity right here to clutch this round.
The problem is the spike is also the one back site.
Yeah.
It's not even the one that's on site now. Really nice timing on Icy, but he's not able to settle the shots. He's not able to get the kill. Trent has to be the hero for G2. Does Boo know? Not able to steady the shots the first time, but the second time he does.
Boo does such a great job of freezing the rounds. When he's anchoring, this time when he's in the retake, he knows he doesn't have to press the issue. He's waiting for a mistake from G2, and in this case, it was the time running down low for G2 that was the mistake. Everybody was too low.
Yeah, you're right. The time was low, the health was low, the Red Bull clutch for Heretics to kick off the second map.
Patatek on these pistol rounds too, I feel like all tournament long, he's been so good with the Ghost. An opener in this round. And the spacing for G2, it was a little bit better here. They definitely got a lot of trades going in their favor, brought it down to a 2v1. But at the end there, that bomb having to go down, that was the big factor. That allowed Boo to have a 1v1 against Icy.
With the Sheriff, too. I mean,
yeah,
he had such an advantage there.
Just one body shot.
Very nicely done to execute.
Early A main control from Team Heretics. And the reaction for G2 is to take that B main orb. Oh, this dart is going to be so good if they actually commit.
It just has to wait. They're all out. Is anyone going to turn up to clear it? It doesn't matter. Woot again ahead of it. Gets another kill.
Some damage done. Icy got that one deke onto Rians. And that is a free A site for Jonah P. That allows Bomb to lurk backwards and leave. Getting that kill, that's really big. This could be an opportunity for G2 to at least get the bomb down.
Jonah P has to play his timing perfectly here. He's got a classic. And he's got a lot of space.
It's just going to be so hard because Heretics in these moments, they've really grouped up. Even in the last match against EDG, a similar 3v2, right, onto that A site. This case, it's a different map, but they tend to go together and retake together. As I say that, they're kind of isolated a little bit. There's 1v1s happening.
But yeah, now they know where Jonah P is. And once you've identified that one, one stray leaf, it's just easy to get picked apart. So Icy will have to 1v3 with the Sheriff to keep this thing alive. Not able to swat Woot out of the sky on the first, but on the ground connects. He just can't find the other two targets.
Yeah, Woot definitely caught a stray right there. Stray Sheriff shot right to the face. But Heretics, they're spacing on that retake. It was really good. There's a moment of opportunity for Jonah P to maybe get that kill onto Woot. But sometimes the classic, it's just so much RNG in the bullets and the spread of the gun. I mean, half the time it doesn't hit, then you hit ridiculous right clicks the other half. This case, it just goes the way of Heretics. And G2, they need to convert this first gun round. This is something they couldn't do on the last map. And we saw what Heretics did with that. They were able to just take the game in full control, really take it into their hands, and just run away with the lead that they had. In a map like Ascent, this defensive side, once you get going, it can feel so hard to break through the wall of the defenses. They can just feel so fortified.
Knife getting a little bit of info, but I think Benji's on the other side. It's almost worse.
And it's the push and pull so far again. A main control for Heretics, B main control for G2.
Nicely done.
That's really good because that was from the pistol round where that shock was earlier.
And they cleared the dart out early. This has been really nice. They've also gotten info. Verbu is that knife's gonna tag him.
Enemy tag.
Now the middle of the map will become a problem though. Woot has to give the space up. He had the outlaw. Well, still does. But he doesn't have that angle anymore.
And that mid to B smoke right there, that's gonna leave at least 2 players B and 1 watching mid. So this is a really good call so far from Valen. He's maneuvered around the entire map and this allows for this hit to come through.
Paranoia is gonna tag 2 though. They have to wait as the smoke is the only thing that's keeping him apart now. He sees the barrel of it and the kill will come through. G2 putting together a really nice gun round. Only losing 1 so far.
It's all up to Gen.G Fishy here in a 1v4. He does have a Bulldog to his name, but he's getting spammed down to 11 HP. What a wonderfully called round from Valen, and not only that, but a wonderful entry from Icy. Not dropping to the Bucky. That gun could be so cringe sometimes. You just get 1 pumped.
And that was the spot for it to happen, right?
Yeah.
And that's when the Bucky causes problems. Is when, all right, we've got to win this gun round. Okay, we've played the map perfectly. We've manipulated rotations. We just got to get on site now, and then you get pounded. Very nicely done by G2.
Goodbye, Cypher.
What I liked the most of that actual A hit was the little stall once that sight smoke came out to get a little bit closer, tighter together, just in case they need to trade. In this case, they didn't. But it's stuff like that that's going to go a long way for this G2 squad. The little things that Josh was talking about in that interview, the things that they weren't really doing that well on Icebox. And that could just be because of a different comp. I mean, stuff like that does change the familiarity of how you play the map. Leafs doing a really good job of denying a lot of this B main space and breaking the utility from Heretics, but he might get punished here.
Whoa. That's a tough shot to hit.
It's a lot of info. There's a window now for G2 to split this A site right away, but there is a trip waiting for them here.
And they've got Boo waiting as well.
The trip
There's that
connected.
trip that you mentioned. Icy's punished. Cleaned up, not able to find any room. Patatek still dancing around backside. Flowing in and out of everything he can find. Meanwhile, Woot, like a surgeon, slices his way through G2.
Icy tried to slice through that trip on Cat, but he couldn't do anything about it. And the flash, the KO flash from Jonah P ended up blinding himself as he was trying to come out and break the trip for his teammate. The stars aligned for Woot.
And I really wanted to hear what he was going to say.
Yeah.
He started talking about the defaults. And I think if you're Heretics, I mean, you want to be able to do that on defensive side, start to get a read on what G2 are wanting to do, knowing that this is historically the weaker side of the map for anyone who's playing a standard comp. Like, if you get ahead of that early, you look really good.
And so far, Benji Fishy's trips have been ahead of it, 100%. That Cat trip, but he was playing B. You don't expect something like that.
Right. Hunter's furious. Woot has taken it, and he's taking lives.
Filthy.
Icy will fall too.
He's going for more.
Of course he will. Why not?
He's running him down. What is that?
Spike down.
Trent knew that there were bullets behind him. Who gets his four? So do Heretics.
And you imagine Josh right now, he's going to call a timeout because you're right. The communication is not even there. They're folding under the pressure of Woot, this aggressive dash into mid. I haven't seen a Jet do this in such a long time.
I love the pace behind it.
And then he dashes top mid as well. He's just running it down right now. Finding his window of opportunity to maximize the fact that he can use his aim to his advantage. Complete disruption.
He's gotten what? 8, 7 kills in the last 2 rounds?
He's sitting at 9-3 with knives online.
And Jonah P already getting tagged by 2 ticks of that molly. Isn't going to make the situation any easier, any better. I mean, there's a good chance we don't see Woot op at all. Right, if he's going to continue to play at this pace and take space with the rifles.
Yeah, that's a very good possibility, but the beauty in this Heretics team is they have a bunch of players that can use the op. Okay,
Yeah.
I've seen Benji Fishy use it at times.
Yeah.
Having a Jet be aggressive on one side of the map while you have a lane posted with an operator on the other. I mean, where do you go? It's that 1-2 punch that you think of that old Optic Core using of, oh, if you're running into Marv, then you're going to be funneled into Ye. In this case, I mean, it could be anybody from Heretics and Woot.
G2 with their lighter weaponry will have to figure things out, and they're going to try to on A. Icy gets up top, immediately gets tagged. The knives are just dull. Meanwhile, Heretics finding success at every step of the way. Again, I know it's Ascend, and I know things play this way usually, but this feels like we're still on Icebox here, the first half of Icebox.
There's that timeout I'm talking about from G2 instantly after that round. You imagine he put it in during that round with a miscommunication. This really good spray control from Rians and Boo on the actual site. I mean, their crosshairs bouncing all over, but they're too focused, they're too dialed in. They hone it back in. All the bullets connecting.
I mean, you heard Patatek there. Clinical. Clinical, and honestly, it feels that way.
It was that second gun round that was the deciding factor for giving Woot the confidence to run through mid, do all those crazy plays. And now we're seeing why Team Heretics are using the Cypher instead of the Killjoy. He's able to play at 2 spots at once, it feels like. When you're playing against that, you always have to use utility. You might have to walk up a little bit more for G2. But now you're walking into Woot, or Woot's just going to run at you while you're taking that little hesitation to break the trips. These are all timings that Heretics are taking full advantage of at this moment. And speaking of advantages, after this timeout, look at the ult economy right now for Team Heretics. Almost all 5 online. There are some to answer from the side of G2.
Yeah, but I mean, for all intents and purposes, yeah, they have They have all of them online. Rian's is so close. And I think we'll start to see some of this rock, paper, scissor, right? As soon as the lockdown goes out, all right, Rian's has a counter, and there's really nothing that they can do on the other side.
If Jonah P uses his KO out here, there will be no counter from the side of Heretics. It's going to be a Killjoy invested first.
Is that going to draw out any response?
Oh, he's going to just abuse this. He's going to overstay his welcome. He's going to go for more.
He can play on the other side of this. Almost lands a shot. Not connecting, though. They've gotten space. They've gotten the paranoia out. G2 have gotten far enough to where they should be able to get the plant down.
But the ults from Heretics on the retake, they're going to start flooding out early KO ult to deny any type of utility.
Yeah, but it was traded on the other side. Yeah, so close, but still not there. G2 staying alive, a 5v5 in a post-plant situation like this. There will be carnage. Still playing back Jenny, the op not connecting, switching over to steadier weaponry. But Heretics finding the kills, finding the space. They've got the flash out as Woot will get it to have. That's now 3/4 of the way. They've got to swing into it, and Woot holds it all the way.
All off the back of Pad Attack in this situation. The round's not even over yet. But Woot, he gets the trade. Pad Attack came up huge in that retake, Doug. Running through amongst all the chaos, KO ult, VKO ult. But the shots going his way. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. That was disgusting. That's how he killed him.
Legend has it, he's still running.
Oh my gosh. How do you beat that? How do you beat that?
I mean, everything, they can do no wrong. They can do no wrong at all.
Early drone broken for Woot and a reposition, but almost a punish on the Leaf.
That's that ping pong timing.
Oh.
And Woot's gonna fill back in behind it.
I think he saw him.
Did he? No.
Oh, no, he didn't.
No, there's no way.
Almost.
It was the narrowest of margins. But now he's held the space. And I really like how he's playing this, though, because at this point, you wouldn't expect him to fill back in here, right? He's already dashed out. He had pressure. But both of them have found windows.
Playing against a confident Jet, when they're just disrespecting you, when you actually have to throw your body at him, it gives him an opportunity to hit shots on you and swing the tide of the round, get the entry.
The drone from Rian didn't find a ton.
So far, G2 doesn't look like they know exactly where they want to end.
But they have the pieces in place.
Oh, Woot, he's moving, doesn't connect.
But Icy's already dashed out onto the side. He's got nowhere to go. He's still gonna land the shot onto Leaf. Blades were popped, but never fired. G2 still haven't been able to clear out what's happening backside. There's still a couple of members here.
Good flash
here. Benji Fishy's there with them. Can they get past these defenses? Benji Fishy puts the cage up, snaps onto Jonah P. Ridiculous.
10 seconds left.
Fallon can't even get to the spike. 7-1 the way of Heretics.
The setup was so clean from Heretics, and yeah, Woot gets pinched in market. He goes 1 for 1.
Which honestly is a massive win given where he was.
It's good for him.
He couldn't go out mid. He couldn't go into sight because they lost that.
But this from Boo and CT, and then the hunker down on back sight from Benji Fishy. That cage that delayed the inevitable. Pad Attack allows the flash to come over, and Benji Fishy maximizes with that one tap onto Jonah P.
This goes here.
Nicely set up.
Right here.
And now they've got the Odin online. A little bit of spam traded, but the Sheriffs.
Another new look, Doug.
Oh, he spotted him. He connects on it. Leaf is down.
This is such a wonderful CT side that we're watching right now from Team Heretics. It's really impressive.
He's so fast.
Yeah. His timing on the dash is like instantaneously after he takes a shot.
You wouldn't think Jet was nerfed.
Oh, beautiful setup again from Pad Attack to re-clear A main info. Punishes Jonah P this time around. I mean, G2 just can't go anywhere. There's too many different layers.
Paranoia getting wooed off this angle, but Icy fills right in on the space behind it. Now the shorty. Because does anyone challenge him there?
No. I mean, even Trent knows
He can.
He's gonna get swung. But if you don't insta-woot, he's gonna drop you just like Rians drops Valen in another convincing round. Yeah, it was scrappy guns, but even when utility is being used from G2, Team Heretics, they just re-swing into everything. And again, that second timeout is gonna happen from G2. We're gonna see the replay real quick of that opener of Woot.
And there was that flash that you were mentioning off the re-clear for main.
It's insane because, I mean, what's going through their head is we just got to pick and B main. All right, that's going to be the cue for the attacking side to walk into A main now.
Right.
And, okay, they're walked up at this point, pop flash. Even if they don't get the info and the kill there, or even if they don't get the kill there, they get info that no one's in A main, paints the picture for the defensive side to maybe hunker down, give all the mid space if they need to.
It really feels like Heretics have like zoomed out of the map. Yeah. Are watching it all unfold, and they're just a step ahead of everything. They really are.
What a showing so far from Team Heretics. Absolutely dismantling the fundamentals of G2.
Which is, I mean, that's their calling card, man. That's what's gotten them up until this point. That's what qualified them for Shanghai. That's what had them qualify for the playoff stage. That's their bread and butter.
They really have to hone it in, and they need to get locked in. They need to wake up. They need to get some more rounds on this attacking side. You need to get at least, I feel like, at least 3 rounds. 4 would be ideal, but at least 3 rounds. Let's see if they can do that with this Hunter's Fury of Trent. He's all the way across the map, though.
Right here.
And I'm sure you guys caught that watching at home, but there is an op that's been left A-heaven.
I mean, their economy is insane. These guys are so rich right now.
Yeah, so they take this early fight A main. They don't really see anything. They can fill back behind, grab the op, which will go into the hands of Woot, I believe. And now they can reset.
So from the start of the round for G2, there's a drone up mid and a smoke for mid 3. But the re-clear from Rians, this timing is really good. Now, Jonah P will call that, though. So now Valen has the info that they did re-clear that mid space. If they do commit A here, they're still going to run into 3 players, most likely.
And the trip.
Oh, yeah.
Because there's no way the knife, I mean...
This trip has been...
Yeah.
It's gotten so much value.
There's no way Jonah P finds him. With him playing on the opposite side of the map, how would you expect that? The paranoia is out. Trent's used his ult. And the collapse from Woot!
Again! Devastating blow to G2. Another one.
Some days you're good, other days you're perfect.
1 enemy remaining.
9-1 the way of Heretics. The collapse, the fact that they're a step ahead on every single call. The utility reads is perfect. The comms are coming through. I mean, this is such a treat to watch.
Oh my gosh. I mean, that's just going to suck the life out of you if you're G2. You're trying to do things. It's not like they're not trying, Doug.
Right.
They're trying to swing together. They're trying to make anything work. But when you're just getting collided, it can be a little bit unfortunate for you. And all props to Heretics for how they've played this defensive side. I mean, this whole series so far, they've really made a statement.
That's nicely done. That knife is going to tag Benji Fishy backside, so not only do they know where he is, but the utility is not a factor. You still got to kill him, though, and that's the hardest part of that entire operation.
Another collat. How many collats? What's the counter? It's got to be at least 6 or 7 collats in the series so far. 10 to 1/2. And for G2, after losing the previous round like that, I mean, I don't blame them for going for a B rush, try to mix the pace, try to just make anything work, you know?
But honestly, it's not even the pace. The pace is great. The pace is great. The read was right.
Yeah.
The knife tagged the Cypher. The utility went down. They knew they had that window.
It just doesn't matter. Heretics firing at all cylinders. And now G2 are forced to slow down again. Will be a mid walk this time. And they're gonna do a mid to B. Cypher Chip will give Team Heretics the info. Rians, he might get trapped here.
This timing is so good. Fortunately, it gets cleared out.
G2, they have to hesitate, and it's in these hesitation moments where Heretics pick them apart.
He's got blades online. Now going up high. Looking for a target. Patient on the first, not snapping. Choosing to hang on. Does he check the smoke? The nano's so good. There's nowhere for Woot to go, but he jumps over every single time. And now gets challenged. Woot falls. He gets another. G2 clawing their way into this round. They've gotten the spike. They've gotten so much control mid. And in spawn, they're going back A.
A bit of a saving grace round. It's not over yet, though.
Fallon's gonna get so much info hearing these rotates come through. But I think he... Oh, he does. Yeah,
of
doesn't
course.
matter anyway.
Of course.
I thought he only heard one set of footsteps, but even then, it doesn't matter. Benji Fishy's weak, 11 HP. Rian's healthy. Has a shock to play with. These are really nice post-plant spots, though, from G2.
Yeah, it's going to be a crossfire from Hell and A main. Jonah P also watching the back, so they're not worried about the flank. Rians, if he does this would be massive. Oh my gosh, he almost got another collat.
Only finds one as G2 get their second round.
And they have to win this next pistol round. There's no other shot. You have to. Another 10-2 half for Heretics. It's that replay of the opener from Woot.
And honestly, for as much as G2 found success here, they were a hair away from it going the other way.
Icy, thank God he cleared out Woot there. I'm sure that's what G2 is saying.
They stabilize, they settle down, but it's still a 10-2 half the way of Heretics. We've got an Omen player moments queued up and ready for you guys right now.
Confidence was pretty high, I feel like, for everyone. The amount of clutches that we lost was actually the most amount of clutches I lost, I think, ever in a game. There was just a lot of clutches, a lot of misplays, a lot of mistakes on our side, which I think we fixed already. We had, I think, 3 or 4 days where we could prepare and talk about things, do VOD reviews, and just go through everything together. So that really helped us, and I think we showed it on the EDG game.
Hong goes forward with rocket in hand. Wu goes up top, it connects onto Boo, but Wu punishes back. Oh my gosh, he's gotten the third!
Honestly, I'm feeling super excited because we got the chance to play against G2, which we are saying, like, in a team environment, that our game against G2 didn't go our way like we expected. To be honest, my race on split is not like you guys watched it on the game. I kind of got not lost, but we just didn't have time to prepare what the reactions would be at rotations. So I was pretty much stuck on the Feather side as Ray is doing pretty much nothing. So I'm really excited to play against them to get our revenge, because I feel like we are the better team coming into this tournament. So now it's only time to show it.
3 rounds, keeping Heretics out of the Mercedes-Benz Arena right now. What a run. What a run from these kids, man.
I mean, he said it. We're here to show it. They've definitely been showing a lot of new looks as well. That's the most impressive thing to me, is the different ways that they're playing. This time, it's Ascent, a map that they haven't played since last year. A 10-2 defensive side.
You wouldn't believe it with how they've played.
It's just another map that future teams that they play against have to be worried about.
And I imagine this is extra sweet, given their performance at their last global event, given their performance at Madrid, for them to bow out as early as they did with all the hype and all the excitement. I think the settling consensus was maybe the future's not now. Yeah. Maybe they haven't arrived yet. And yeah, they went up against Sentinels, who obviously won. And yeah, they went up against Paper X, who are also very good, but
even in this tournament, dropping to G2 and doing this back, this answer back, shows a lot for a team like Team Heretics to be this rehearsed.
This mature, and now look, I mean, this patient, look at this.
G2, they do have 4 members of their team willing and ready to fight on this A site.
Oh, they're gonna have to, because that's where Heretics are headed.
Good shock damage right here.
Very good shock. And he's gonna have the dart over the top as well. Clearing that's gonna be so difficult. Off of the flash as well. They're lit up, they know where they are, but can they get the fights anyway? That Molly will help. Benji Fishy crosses past, and Balin falls on the other side. They had a perfect trap.
No one fell.
But it was bested once more.
But they're all low.
They're
Everyone low.
But will it matter?
Find out. Leaf has something to say about it.
Really nicely handled. But again, let's see! Unbelievable! They do it again!
How do they keep doing it? Just let it sink in. How they didn't die when they entry'd onto Cat, and then Boo with this jumping right click. I spoke about the RNG of the Classic. Sometimes it just doesn't hit at all, and sometimes that happens.
Let's go! Let's go!
The crowd was going wild. Listen to that crowd.
Forget about how weak they were. G2 have to force. An Ares, a couple of Stingers.
That's so crazy. It's ludicrous. Patience on the anti-eco, waiting for any mistake, waiting for a punish.
They've got so much of an advantage here too. They're farming these orbs, or at least tapping it to see if there's going to be a swing. It'll go in the hands of Rians.
They're really just trying to suss out the situation right now. They're trying to see what kind of setup G2 is running. They don't want to run into a stack. That knife landing A, maybe you want to go back A main because it didn't hit anybody.
But they're all headed B.
Can't help but feel like after that knife doesn't connect that there will be a B stack though. I wonder if they try to transition at some point. Maybe fake that they're going to go B, or if they get the info that there's a lot of players from G2 at this B site, maybe they'll go back.
G2 are doing everything they can to conceal that very
30
fact.
seconds left.
But now, they will have to fight. Wu dashes out, the paranoia through. Mid still fully controlled by G2 though. They've given up the site, but will that be worth it? The Classic not causing problems there.
Some signs of life from G2 in this second half.
Spike planted.
Patatek and Menji Fishy, they've gotten the spike down though. And they've got all of them corralled mid. This does not look as safe as you would think. A little flash over the top. Knife not cleared, Patatek falls. And that's a massive step forward to securing this round. How does Menji Fishy navigate his way through this? Walls closing in. Icy gets 3 as G2 will get their third, excuse me.
Off the back of Icy, he opened up the round with a little headshot with the Sheriff. Closes it out with the 3K. It's not over quite yet. You get to see that opener right here. Beautiful shot on Arians.
That was snappy.
And then the little mid crunch. And that's what I was talking about. I mean, G2, they knifed, they made, it didn't connect on anybody. So you kind of have to think that they're probably still stacked towards B if there was a stack there at all.
Yeah, B or mid, yeah.
But sometimes the mind games, they can be so intense that, you know, maybe you think that they're throwing the knife to feint that they're actually stacking A. You know, there's a lot that goes into this. So many different outcomes, so many different possibilities. What could be possible here is Boo getting an opener with this Vandal buy.
Hero rifle only, no, Wood has armor as well.
I wonder if Boo's gonna try to get an initial exchange and then just cycle the gun. Something that you see happen a lot in a game like CS. You'll have somebody buy up a gun, everybody follows up with armor. You pick it up one by one.
Menji Fishy put the cam up B main. And there hasn't really responded to anything. That drone's getting a lot of info though. Perched over the top of mid, spotting a couple of faces.
Shadows traveling.
What is the response on the other side of that deep smoke?
That alarm bot's still up, but once it goes down, you imagine you're gonna see maybe Jonah P fall off a garden. And that's why you see Benji Fishy prodding up here. There we go. He might use the knife as a fadeaway. Gets the info.
Gets tagged a little bit too.
Good stall so far.
There's still 40 seconds left on the round. And they've got a little bit of mid presence because through all of that, they also cleared the alarm bot.
Whoa.
Icy steady with it. Not able to settle it much more though. The paranoia is gonna cause problems, but the flash in exchange. This is not as clean as it looked like it was going to be. As Benji Fishy gets another on the other side.
Player standing.
The spike's out of reach, so he's upgraded to an outlaw. A 1v3 here. And there are so many healthy members on the other side. Time is of the essence. Yeah, he connects onto Trent, but this round should be out of reach.
Definitely, the time's going down. Jonah P cleans him up. that slow approach on this attacking side from Heretics. They got so much info on how G2 like to play their defensive setups. And that's going to set them up for the future rounds. Here's that opener from Icy, a beautiful flick. Valen supporting him there. Gen.G Fishy in this series, I feel like has won the head-to-head against Leaf more times than not.
Yeah.
And that was with a Sheriff.
Yeah.
So now with a rifle, you imagine he's going to be really confident in pressing the issue against Leaf. That's a great opener from Icy. On the jump spot.
Those are the things you need if you want to get back into this map.
Absolutely. Knife will get info that Gen.G Fishy is in B main. I wonder if G2 decide to creep up. I feel like that was a very early drone. They could have set Icy up with that drone, and he would have converted that into a kill. So Gen.G Fishy escapes with his life right here.
They've invested a lot into this too.
Yeah.
Dart, the shot, the drone. Can Heretics find a little bit of space on the other side?
Oh, Boo missing his opportunity to punish Jonah P on that swing.
And that's so tough because Icy literally just shot B main, what felt like 2 seconds. Ago.
Yeah.
Already gets back trees, able to punish with a kill.
Exactly. He started mid, went B main, now he's guarding like you said. Oh!
Leaf a little early on the trigger, now overwhelmed. Gen.G Fishy gets the best of him again.
And Trent, they know he's here backside. It's up to Icy again to try to support him.
That paranoia not reaching all the way. So they're able to find safe passage and apply pressure onto Trent. But the pressure's going the other way. Rian's in a 1v4. These last couple of rounds have gotten down to Heretics in, I mean, unwinnable situations.
It's all off of Icy again. He keeps getting the opener. Back-to-back rounds for him. Look at this shot. Oh, a little elbow right there. Almost overflicked it, but he was so precise. And then Trent, yeah, it wasn't pretty, but when you're using Guardian like that, the wall bang damage on that gun is insane. A little bit of a desk slam. Heretics shouldn't be too worried though.
Into the next we go. G2, 2 ults within sniffing distance and the other one online. Icy still with the op though. Heretics buy, not great. 2 stingers and then Sheriffs.
I believe Jonah P and Valen actually heard Boo jumping up onto that ledge.
He spotted the barrel there.
Is he fast enough to hit this shot on the cross, though, if he gets the opportunity?
It was just the tip.
Oh. Good cage. Jonah P dodges the Omen flash, so he'll be able to be primed and ready.
And that knife is so good.
Flash to delay.
He's got another one to the top, though, but Rians finds a really nice timing. Balance still playing down in hell. Both spotted, both dropped. The spike hits the ground, the kills all come through for G2.
Another good ace setup, and yeah, Jonah P, he got timing right there. But he did a really good job of getting that dagger off, getting the delay flash off. Allowing Valen to play in that hell anchor spot that we've seen so many Omens play before. Gets 2 in this case. Third.
And the spike going down was probably the most valuable of them all.
Yeah.
Because even if things settle, it's just in such a miserable spot.
Yeah. Makes it nearly impossible to come back into the round.
Now a timeout called from Heretics. We mentioned it at the beginning of the half. 3 rounds away from the Mercedes-Benz Arena. 3 rounds away from playing on the biggest stage they've played in. After a horrendous showing at Madrid, so many disappointments in the face of all these expectations just crumbling. And now to be this close, but G2, they're starting to push him a little bit here, Dre.
And if there's ever a map to have this happen. It's a map like Ascent where the defensive side can just be so fortified. The setups on both sides, the rotations, if they're correct, it can be so hard to break through on the attacking side. But Heretics, they put themselves in a really good spot with the way that they played their defensive side.
These last couple of rounds are often the most difficult, though. What are the responses on the other side of this timeout? Heretics with 2 ults. Keep a close eye on the chaos. We've seen so many times Heretics like to do that. Like to get messy. Knife only tagging 1. Op will hold the line.
It's a pretty new setup so far from G2 as well. You see the Killjoy utility all in mid, a turret right there in Pizza, and an alarm bot on Cat. Molly's on the B lane. It's a really nice setup from G2.
Yeah, Leaf has spread himself as well as he can.
Also a player in Wine at A. Icy, they decided to put him here just to check Benji Fishy. They know that Benji Fishy likes to walk into this space.
They pop the ult on the other side of that.
Connected.
Only 1.
Doesn't get the kill.
Icy.
Yeah.
Almost hitting that shot.
The intuition from Benji Fishy, though, to jump spot that?
Yeah. I mean, it had been there so long. It'd been so quiet. I get it.
You can tell something was a brewing.
Now that door cleared again. G2 forced to look at a lot of different places here.
Here we go.
Flash is nice as Heretics accelerate. You've got the Hunter's Fury over their shoulder trying to pave the way. Leaf with the patience, but not able to settle it. Woot's the one that got away. Now Valen dancing around.
The team flash.
The structures, and he's not able to see a damn thing. Now the Molly, Woot dropped. 13 seconds left. Jonah P holds the line. 3 found, make that 4.
And he may have team flash, but he made up for it. Getting 4 in the round. If they would have gone out like that, you know, Valen would have been so upset. This was such a great opening from Woot as well. I mean, all of Heretics, they were up 5v3. Jonah P, after he flashed his teammate, he had something to say about it.
Oh my God!
Exactly. He's now sitting at 14, 12, and 13. The triple-double for his team, the KO player.
Meanwhile, the momentum continues to go the way of G2. 5 rounds in a row now.
This would be such a monstrous comeback. Early dagger does connect onto Valen and A main, and that might have Heretics have to use another piece of utility to clear out Wine. They might think that he walked right into the spot.
See Trent there using a little bit of util, clear that cam. And Heretics deciding to go exploring up the middle of the map just a little bit here.
See a ping top mid.
It's a really nice defensive setup from Leaf. You talked about his utility in the previous round. It's the same look, but it's so good.
And it's really good because that mid-3 smoke, it doesn't get value as long as this turret is still up.
Right.
They know it's not going to be a split.
And you have to get so far up to clear it.
Oh, there we go. Okay, so that'll be the cue. That drone will be the cue to break that turret. And that'll keep 3 players kind of towards this mid area of the map. Icy is dialed in on B main, though.
This is very similar to what they did in the previous round, right? Like you poke a little bit, you prod, you clear some util, and then you flip it.
And that's why you see Jonah P at this A site. So Heretics, they understood what they conditioned the round previously. And there's only 2 players on B right now. This is a really good call right now from Boo.
But Icy has the op. And that's going to miss out onto the Nanos. Meanwhile, Icy does not. Not only is he landing the shot onto Benji Fishy, but he aggressively fills into the space. 15 seconds left now, and Heretics still have to try to find a way to get out onto the site. They're going to have to deal with the door as well. Not really finding any safety, and it's not going to get any better with Trent and the Odin holding the line. First it was Jonah P, now it's Trent. G2 get to 8.
Holy Trent, saving Icy. Icy ultimately goes down there, but Trent got so much value in that back. Odin didn't even have to scope in. Another opener for Icy as well. Look at this kill right here. This was the one. Oh my gosh. Heat-seeking bullets right there. Straight to the dome. all of a sudden,
yeah, we're reaching panic territory here. We're reaching cause for concern.
You spoke of that 3-round mark. G2 has brought this game within 3 rounds.
Benji Fishy just got lit up too. Oh, bounce on the shotgun, who knows, but he was looking to clear the cam. That's what that was intended for. But they're committing to this. Off the backs of the ult through the spam. Connecting will be lethal. Not able to settle it for more, but I mean, with both of those gone, G2 a big advantage. But again, Leaf is on site by himself. Not able to hold on much longer. A 3v3 now, Icy still with Op, the spike planted. And now it's on G2 to find some space. Boo, perched up, trying to snap onto him, he can't. Valen with really nice shots, and now Icy filling in on the space behind it. The Paranoia, he's got a shorty in hand. The Paranoia will not connect, but Icy's Op does. Can Patatek keep him back? The first found. That's all he will find. G2 will get to 9.
A nice, calm, controlled retake from G2. The double flank B main, the double swing on the lane. And at the end there, even an updraft, the jump peek, all of that. Breaking the crosshair of Patatek. I mean, that was ridiculous from Trent.
Those two, I mean, and Valen as well. When you put together, what's that, 6-7 rounds in a row now, a lot of things have to be going right? It's not just one person who's clutching it out, and I think we saw that at the beginning. It was Jonah P, who looked really good, and then Trent. Valen's getting in on it, Icy's Op is online now. And it was a threat at the beginning. Yeah, maybe G2 will pull it back, but this is like DEFCON 5, all alarms blazing. Heretics have a problem.
It is. This is what, the last time out for Heretics as well. So no teams will have timeouts for the rest of this half.
Good, I don't like these interruptions. I like the action instead.
I know, the action has been insane so far. This has been a map, and you spoke so much about the grit and the grime that G2 thrive in and how they bring it back. I mean, they really dig deep in these moments, and we're seeing that even on the last map they gave it their all. It was just a new comp, they weren't familiar with it. Everything felt amiss, but they are comfortable on Ascent. This has been a map that they've been really good at.
You mentioned it on Icebox. It was enough to pique our interest, but the gap was just too big. The expanse too great. But now, they've leapt over what was put before them.
7 rounds in a row. Can they make it 8?
Icy with the Op. The flash over the top. And then the knife. All of that util to make sure that mid is safe. That's crazy. And yeah, a lot of it is refreshable utility, but with how good Icy's been these last couple of rounds, yeah, I don't blame them.
The alarm bot was not broken during that whole process, though. So they're still not worried.
You're right.
That drone will not see the alarm bot either. I don't know if he saw the foot of Leaf there. I don't think he did, and that's why you see the reposition from G2 walking right back into this little corner.
The alarm bot now cleared. Icy still with the Op tree.
They understand that G2 like to play 3 players towards A when they do this mid default and break the Killjoy utility.
Yeah, and the nice thing is this turret is in such an aggressive spot that as soon as there's tag, there's enough time for the rotate to come through.
Let's see if Heretics can be explosive enough to take advantage of the timing. But Jonah P, he's already rotated here. They could flood in.
Benji Fishy's got a lot to do here. If he can strike at just the right time, maybe. But now they know where Leaf is. Benji Fishy gets 1, but Trent got 2. Neural Theft invested, though, on the other side, and now the Hunter's Fury. Spike committed. Spike planted. Can Rian stay alive? No. 3 on the round for Trent again. The Wonder Kid delivers.
Cover going out.
They've done this, Dre. Boo in the face of 4. The flash, the updraft, but they don't check him. Almost disaster, but Trent gets 4 again. They've gotten it down to 1. They've brought this thing back.
All the fundamentals right now of G2 are showing, and they're thriving in this defensive side of Ascent. The setups that you were talking about, that one turret, to delay, allow Trent to fall back into CT, get another 2 spam kills. Icy just needs to hold a lane while his team scales CT. They got all the stops covered.
22 and 15 for Trent. The vast majority of it has come in this half.
He's been a monstrosity to Heretics with this Odin. And he might get a spam kill here on the Benji Fishy.
A little bit off the mark, but the presence certainly made it clear.
And right now, if you're Heretics, I mean, you might want to just commit A for the rest of this half because the aura alone Trent has been doing this game, it's too much. Will be another drone up mid and probably a break of more Killjoy utility.
And then the round resets. The drone, excuse me, getting a little bit of info, but that alarm bot's further up this time.
It's really deep.
Yeah.
So although Leaf isn't really getting impact with his kills and stuff like that, his util has been amazing so far.
Oh, and then not to mention, even if he isn't really getting info off of the util, Heretics invest so much, not just in utility, but in time at the beginning of the round to clear that.
Yeah.
But this time, wanting to go A, the Paranoia is going to tag so many.
It's a great Omen flash. A lot rests on Icy's hands right now with that operator.
He's got reinforcements, though. He's got the cavalry behind him.
Nobody wants to make a mistake. That's a really good flash, but a counter. Jonah P with the punish on the Woot.
30 seconds left.
Now they try to explore the middle of the map, and guess what? They're going to go into Leaf. They're going to go into Trent. Benji Fishy trying to play around the timing as best as he can. There's no real way to go. They've got to commit onto this. There's no safe passage out. Trent still gets his one. 13 seconds left. The spike hits the ground. Benji Fishy has to scoop it up in the face of 3. Can he get this off? Committing to the plant, but will fall. We are tied at 11.
Who would have thought that G2 could bring this one back? This has been nothing short of spectacular from this squad.
We mentioned it at the beginning. These last 2 rounds are often the hardest. And they're showing it. I mean, this is a perfect example of that.
It's the brick wall. The Great Wall. We're in Shanghai.
Op still in the hands of Icy. And Odin still for Trent. A heavy lean B from Heretics. This is the kind of chaos I was expecting a couple of rounds ago, though. Boo committing, maybe an ult out from Rienz at the same time. But Leaf is buying his patience and getting 2 for it. One singular Leaf keeping him back, and now Trent involved as well. Boo was the first on action and the last to fall.
Leaf online, Leaf activated.
The defuse will come through, and G2 have done what was unthinkable, what was Herculean. What a comeback.
All he had to do was bide his time in that spot. Woot this time on the dash, doesn't check it. He doesn't check logs. He did such a good job of doing that towards the A site when there was somebody tucked close on switch. But when you're this deep into the game and the comeback that G2 have done, now your fundamentals go out the window. You start making grave mistakes like this. And all of a sudden, like you said, G2 is on match point when they were down 11-2.
The timeline tells that.
And the Odin.
He's gonna find a kill, isn't he? He's already dealt so much damage. Dart cleared, and now Hunter's Fury out.
No connection though, and a dagger.
Trent has been so good from back here. The paranoia from over the shoulder from Valen. Woot has to slow down. This is not the pace they like to play in. Woot will fall. A 4v4. And both Boo and Benji Fishy weak, but they're the ones getting the kills. But you have not dealt with Trent. Still posted backside. Another kill found. Check your watches, kids. It's Trent time.
Hunter's Fury online as well. They can all play together from the side of G2. Allow Heretics to plant A and use the Sova ult from spawn off the tap.
What a climb. For down so big, so great. What a miracle this would be if Boo can pull this off.
33 HP.
The defenses of G2 have been stalwart, they've been perfect, and now Boo spotted somehow getting to lower HP than he had before. 14 ticks, the only thing keeping us from Lotus. And that's exactly where we're headed. We thought they were done, we thought they were dusted, but they're plenty alive. Lotus to decide it all. A break will keep us there. We'll see what happens on the other side of this.
Enquanto menor embrasa com a garrafa transparente. 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 Enquanto menor embrasa com a transparente.
Yo,
Enquanto
P-Money,
menor embrasa com a
Handy,
garrafa transparente.
Skanker,
Balançou,
Done
a
now.
brisa subiu pra mente.
Oh, them again. P-Money and Hamdi, them again. P-Money and Hamdi, them again. Seen them before, one, see them again. Took man's crowd, can't see them again. Get out the front one, free them again. Real bad boy, man, a G to the. Real bad boy, man, a G to the end. Oh, them again. P-Money and Hamdi, them again. P-Money and Hamdi, them again. Seen them before, one, see them again. Took man's crowd, can't see them again. Get out the front one, free them again. Real bad boy, man, a G to the G to the. Real bad boy, man, a G to the end. Oh, inferior. I said them, man, are inferior. Pull up at show like, yo, here we are. Black whip with black interior. Can't front like you don't know who we are. Every week, man, do show regular. Gal in the rave tryna see where we are. Backstage ting, man, know where we are. Similar, not quite P, them man similar. Spot hates are like, yo, there they are. Educated, don't need seminar. Imina, real lyrics, not no P-nomina. Hour long set, ostrich stamina. Big paycheck, then it's back to the car. Oh, them again. P-Money and Hamdi, them again. P-Money and Hamdi, them again. Seen them before, one, see them again. Took man's crowd, can't see them again. Get out the front one, free them again. Real bad boy, man, a G to the. Real bad boy, man, a G to the end. Oh, them again. P-Money and Hamdi, them again. P-Money and Hamdi, them again. Seen them before, one, see them again. Took man's crowd, can't see them again. Get out the front one, free them again. Real bad boy, man, a G to the G to the. Real bad boy, man, a G to the end. Oh, enter, shut down raves, one with a enter. 10 guest list, gonna need extra. Big entrance, bigger than wrestler. Gal in the front, going on extra. Some of them calm, some of them eggs up. Mosh pit crew holding the center. Big long beard, big black temper. Bullet sender, man don't wanna see bullet sender. This kind of image they can't render. Deaf don't care about any gender. Big number, Simeon expensive jumper. This money make man feel younger. My squad rough like big pumper. Oh, them again. P-Money and Hamdi, them again. P-Money and Hamdi, them again. Seen them before, one, see them again. Took man's crowd, can't see them again. Get out the front one, free them again. Real bad boy, man, a G to the. Real bad boy, man, a G to the end. Oh, them again. P-Money and Hamdi, them again. P-Money and Hamdi, them again. Seen them before, one, see them again. Took man's crowd, can't see them again. Get out the front one, free them again. Real bad boy, man, a G to the G to the. Real bad boy, man, a G to the end.
Oh my, what a comeback that was by G2 on Ascent against Team Heretics. I'm your host, Yingson. I'm back here with Mimi and Kakuko. I have two questions. Did you believe in the comeback? And if so, when did you believe in the comeback?
I think I started believing when they got like 8 rounds, but that was a ridiculous comeback. It's
We were out there and I was like, it is happening. You're like, no, it's not happening. I was like,
Thea,
that
let me tell you, I was doing it for you.
for me.
I wanted you to believe that Heretics would close it out. But G2 played incredible. They've tied the record globally for the biggest comeback of all time at a global event. This was an absolutely ridiculous game. Their defense looked stalwart. What Trent was doing on the B site, these retakes on A, I don't even know what to say.
I mean, it's so complicated because I feel like we were seeing Heretics that didn't really know what to do on the attack. And this only comes from very good fundamentals from the side of G2. The space that they were given was retaken by almost perfect utility. It was very difficult for Heretics to go into any side of the map. On one side, you have Icy with the operator. I think this was also a very good example of them trying to just go onto the side and try and have some impact. And just Jonah P having one of the many clutch rounds that he has where he just goes insane. Same with him, same for Trent. I just think that this is a map that was not ready, was not prepared, and was very, very well played by G2. Also having the mental to keep that out.
But that's a contrast, an amazing defensive side to start by Team Heretics, where Woot was going absolutely insane, where Patatek seemed to have perfect utility. But I think some of those fundamental errors started to come out on the attacking side. The spacing was off. They were giving opportunities for these G2 players to make these star plays. And to credit G2, every one of those players were stepping up to those moments.
I'm scared. I don't know what's gonna happen now in Lotus. I'm all right. You know, nobody's going home at least, so it gives me that. But especially, I'm thinking about the mental. It's 11 rounds in a row. You were this close. Even in the first half, we saw a round where Woods was throwing a little bit. He was having fun. You know, you're 10-1 up. What are you gonna do, right? You're diffing on them with the operator. You're doing everything that you want, and it was very much like this. Like the effect that the duelists were having in each and one of those teams was massive.
I really want to give some flowers to Icy. I think that he was absolutely pivotal and in a lot of ways was the catalyst to this comeback. Early on into this defensive half, he was getting those opening picks, in particular playing these proactive looks into mid and starting these rounds right for G2. Again, Icy continues at Master Shanghai to find himself in the moments where G2 need him most.
Yeah, and especially when we turn it onto that attack side, right? We see a Wood that he barely can get onto side. He barely can create that space. And not only that, the rest of the team is so disconnected that it feels a little bit disjointed when they go onto the sides and they face off the utility that G2 has been saving time and time again. They look too surprised.
The mental resiliency of this G2 team is so impressive. Winning despite Woot having a game like that, running around the map, massacring you in the way he was in the first half of the game was ludicrous. G2 came into this event as a team that I think their narrative was they had one big upset. Oh, it's cool that they're going to make it. They're going to have some chances in Swiss stage and then probably end up going home. But they have continued to prove so much more, stepping up at this global event. The comebacks, they never pulled off big comebacks like this before, and now suddenly they are a comeback team.
You heard them. They needed just one round, and this came in the second half. They forced ball, and that felt like the one round that they needed.
They won. This is like the third comeback of this tournament. I don't know how they are doing it, but it is just, it's perfectly timed to keep them alive.
Well, the question is, as we move on to the last map, Kukuga, the one that we felt like maybe Heretics should have picked, it feels like they're not out. They're down, but they're not out.
I mean, right, we also need to mention, they have been banning this ascent for the entirety of the year. Did we expect that first half? No, but you know, we need to keep things into place. And when we think about Lotus, this was the first map that they played up against each other the first time that they played. And it went in favor of Heretics, yes, but they were very in the game. Even though they started on the defense, the utility was perfect. They felt so in place that G2 looked a little bit responseless.
I hear what you're saying, but I honestly think a comeback that big, I think a comeback that big is so much about the momentum, the individual form, and the mental. Of course, they had issues that looked unpracticed on Ascent, and we did see that there. But I think if you're a Team Heretics fan, you should be worried, even given the history of Team Heretics on this third map of Lotus. G2 is just in sublime form after that second half, and a massive amount of momentum coming into this final map, this decider, to have a chance to go to the Mercedes-Benz Arena. You know those players want it so bad after that comeback.
Are they about to do the Gen.G, you think? Are they about to do the perfect Gen.G?
I think they might. They've done it already this event.
Yeah, they're about to do the Gen.G. The thing that I picked up from what you said, Mimi, that makes me a little bit worried is that in that grand finals back in EMEA, when Heretics were probably the favorites to win that, when they had their advantages, they let it slip. They were the only team to be reverse swept in EMEA ever in a best of 5, and I just don't want to see that version of them come out here.
It's possible, honestly, with how that game went. So you're going to be looking to Boo, the leader of this team, the oldest, most experienced member, and of course to their coach Nilzinho, to really rally the troops, to remind them how good they were in that first half, how good they are on Lotus, and what their game planning has been coming into this one. If they can turn around and reset the mental, if I hadn't just seen that comeback, I would have heavily favored Heretics on this map because I think they're great on Lotus.
They were only 2 rounds away. Like, it is crazy to think, but as you're saying, forget what happened on that second half. Yes, that first half was amazing. You need that kind of mental resilience. And also, if they have fixed also the issues that they had in that grand final, they should be fixed by now.
I mean, that's the thing. If they could fix that and, like you guys said, have a strong mental, anyone's game.
Absolutely. Looking at the agent select here, Heretics is going to go back to the same breach fade comp, and I really like it, especially on their defensive side. They have great looks of how especially Rienz is using his stun to set Woot up in the mid-round. Their re-clears on this map are stellar.
Same goes for Patty Tech. I think that he's been stellar. We were seeing it on Ascent. His flashes were on point. They really need a strong half.
But G2 has had an amazing defense throughout this tournament. You see it there, 60% win rate. The rotations defensively from Valen and his calling is great. Leaf is a stalwart anchor on that C site and was stepping up towards the end of that last game. G2 have the momentum on their side and have a chance to close out this incredible comeback with a 3rd map win.
Yes, and here's Dog and Baby Bay with a call.
Thank you so much, Jinsu. Yeah, I mean, they pulled off the comeback on Ascent, but they still got to finish this off if they want to get to the Mercedes-Benz Arena and do so as early as possible. Lotus, the decider between these 2 squads. It's been so much fun to watch. It's been such a treat, and I think, Dre, the last time we saw G2 on Lotus, there was one thing in particular that stood out to you as an ugly sore spot, if you will.
Yeah, and that ugly sore spot was actually the deciding factor in that last map for G2. It was Trent. The last time they played head-to-head, it was a 13-9 win for Heretics, but Trent was sitting at 5 kills. He wasn't activated. He just wasn't in it. But what was so impressive was what the desk was talking about. They still stayed into it. It was still competitive. So even though he wasn't shooting straight, I mean, his utility was getting value, everything like that. Now that he's back and he's the Wonder Kid once more, this could be really good for G2 to secure this best of 3.
Yeah, who knows how that other map plays out if he's able to provide a little more value in the fragging department, but either way, another really nice opportunity for G2, given how they had struggled, given how rough things looked map 1, given how rough things look half 1 of map 2. Just very distant memory right now. I'm not really sure what's delaying us, but I'm being told that we're close, I hope, I think, or I'm being lied to, and that would suck. But yeah, hopefully getting into this very soon. Lotus to decide this series. What's up for grabs? A spot at the Mercedes-Benz Arena. The prized possession, right? What everyone's competing for, what everybody wants to get to. That's been the North Star for the last 2 weeks we've been in Shanghai. Yeah. That's where you want to get.
An arena that sold out in 12 seconds. As soon as those tickets went online and available, there's a queue of at least, what, 90,000 people? It's surreal that we're here right now with G2 and Team Heretics playing for a spot to put their name in history in Shanghai.
I think there's another interesting conversation we need to have as we start to think towards the next map. The last 2 maps that we've played, G2 have started on attack. And it wasn't really until the defensive side of both maps that G2 looked much more comfortable. They were much more competitive. They were shooting back. Their protocols were starting to execute. And yes, in the first map, the gap was too great. In the second map, they leapt right over that thing. But now, as we turn our attention to Lotus, G2 is starting off on the defensive side. And yes, it's a map that tends to favor the attack side. Yeah, because of the ability to really introduce doubt in the minds of the defenses. You have 3 lanes you have to consider. You have 3 sites you need to consider. But this, given how the first 2 maps have gone, feels like a really strong way to start for G2.
And the beauty in it is they already played against Heretics on it. They understand the layering of utility that was punishing them on their defensive side the last time around. So now that they've had time to make changes, make adaptations, this could go the other way.
You hear the panel broken at the very beginning of the round. Trent posted up there currently. As Heretics are being real slow with this start.
This is going to be a head-to-head duel right here. A re-clear from G2. I think they think there's only a Cypher here, but that nade and the Viper Molly.
They have nowhere to go. They don't realize they're being melted. Jonah P's spit is perfect.
That trap was perfect. And again, it doesn't matter if it was a mass group. It doesn't matter if it was just Benji Fishy. It could have just been Benji there. But they were ready for that. An info gathered on Boo here. Patatek has something to say about it.
Last player standing. Spike down.
That is the last one alive here. And he's so far out of reach of the spike. G2 have full control of the area. Nobody's getting within the vicinity of it without somebody finding out.
A turret here as well. It'll give G2 all the info that he is in B site. I mean, this would take even more heroics than that comeback we saw from G2 on the last map to secure this one.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, he's got some time to feel it out and play it out, but...
The best case scenario is... Well,
yeah,
that was probably the best case scenario, sorry.
Those little T-Rex arms there. They won't reach, they weren't far enough. So, G2 get the pistol. This is exactly the start that they needed, right? They have a really nice trap setup. You saw the nade over the top, the spit on the other side, the paranoia. They had nowhere to go. They were put in a pen, and
this
then they
guy
capitalize off that.
And this guy right here to get 3 into the round. The last time around, he only had 5 kills. He already has 3 to his name. This is the Trent that everybody knew. The Wonder Kid. The protege.
That fault line at the beginning of the round.
A lot of spam damage as well, does.
Suggests where Heretics are headed. And you're right, that spam damage is going to slow them down, at least a bit.
Heretics do farm that orb, though, so some value into this round, even though they're on a classic buy. No one buying really much of anything.
No.
No Deagles. They don't want to deal with Leaf into that bonus round. They understand that he likes to buy the Outlaw on almost every single map when they win the pistol round. But this time around, he actually has the Stinger. So maybe even he's reading a little bit ahead into this.
Trent getting a little bit of an idea of where the attack is headed. You've got all of that Killjoy utility C. Boo has slipped the net, though, or at least you would think he was, but Jonah P, wise to it.
Yeah.
Lulling him into a false sense of security.
Yeah, G2 are willing to play retake on that A site so they can play this heavy B. That tether will connect on some players, but the bomb will go down.
30 seconds left.
Balance playing on the other side. We mentioned how weak a couple of those members are on the side of Heretics. Should be dealt with and dismissed pretty effortlessly. And it's Leaf who cleans it all up. And honestly, given that they're playing defense, that lockdown matters.
Matters a lot, and not only that, but Leaf, he's been pretty quiet all series long. So for him to just get on the board, start feeling himself, that's yet another win condition that G2 can have in this half. He gets an upgrade too to the Bulldog. Here's that nice spray down with the Stinger.
They all just died instantly, bro. I shot like 5 bullets and killed 3 people.
Indeed, they did.
He just melted them.
Yeah, they got melted.
2 rounds on the side of G2, 2 kills on the side of Heretics. But now they've got guns, now they've got armor, full util, and you see a couple of pings on the minimap right now and interested in what's happening on C-side.
No fault line invested this time around. It's already disrespecting the one way that G2 have been showing early on. And Trent so proactive on this side of the map.
Yeah, clearing out the cam. Taking away some of those tools that they have. Meanwhile, there wasn't enough of this lockdown utility cleared out, so some damage will be dealt onto Woot. Valen on the reposition, tries to get away, but it's Leaf who falls.
A little bit of a miscommunication there. I think Leaf thought there was going to be a double swing, or maybe he needed to help Valen to get out there, but the Omen TP, that's what got him out of dodge.
G2 are getting closer and closer. Ian's committing to getting the plant down, and they're going to frag their way through this. Very nicely done, avoiding the disaster of a bonus. Heretics are on the board.
And it was a very convincing C hit. That's going to give Heretics confidence to run it down C a couple more rounds, maybe later in the half or maybe even now. That hold from G2, it was just too apart. Leaf is running in while Valent's keeping out. A little bit of a disconnect in the defensive setup of G2 in that round. But it was only a bonus round.
Into the next we go.
I'll find you.
You've got full util on both sides. You've got full rifle on both sides as well.
And this time a 4-1 the opposite way.
Yeah. In the previous round, it was Ben.G who was playing towards A. This time C.
Whoa! Leaf besting Ben.G this time around.
That's a very different tale from what we've seen so far. And the closing chapter for the pages to change this way is perfect.
That B door being open though, that broken door, it might pay out dividends to Heretics here. Trent, the only player on the opposing side of it, he gets a little tag onto Woot, but he's gonna have to back up. This might be a free B site. Interesting smoke.
I was gonna say, it's a really nice smoke out from Valen, right?
Yeah.
Worm is just so uncomfortable to try to get through at this point if they want to try to push that.
Kind of forcing them into the A site, but Rians, this is where Heretics were so strong the last time around. The utility and the layering of it was what punished G2.
Jonah P's the only one on site, and he's gotten past the fault line. Tucked in the smoke, waiting to strike. He spots one, cleans him up, daring the challenge on the second, and Patatek never saw him. Jonah P with 3.
Clean round from Jonah P, and disrespect the other way around. It was all because of that one change of the orb. We're seeing the adaptations that I was talking about that G2 could put in. Icy with this entry as well onto Woot. That was clean. But this one orb and playing inside of it this time around. So the breach stun doesn't hit you, the flashes won't hit you. It's gonna be micro changes like this, different looks that Heretics think that they have the read on. That'll be the deciding factor of G2 punishing them. And they're already up 3-1 on this map.
Icebox feels like a life ago. G2 looks so comfortable on defense right now.
Shadows traveling. Even the way that they're positioned around the map, if Heretics do decide to hit towards this B site, you have to deal with an Omen Flash, a Tether, a nade from Heaven potentially. And it's proactivity. They want to clear out Ben.G Fishy here. It's going to connect onto him. Oh!
Gets caught on the wall. But they know where he is anyway. There's the suck, there's the nade. He's worse for wear, but he stays alive. And there's a spit on the other side. It's the exact same combo.
I don't know how he lived through all that. It was almost a miracle.
The only thing that wasn't a part of that was Valen's paranoia. Maybe that was the difference maker. Either way, Heretic's still healthy, still alive. As they look to find space with the 5 they have.
Look at how Jonah P is positioned right now, Doug. Last time he was inside the actual smoke on the right side, if you're on Patatek's POV. This time, that little micro sidestep to the left on the default box.
30 seconds left.
All these things play a factor into how Heretics' entry into the site.
Suspicious that it might be a hit B. The paranoia comes out, the eye comes through, but again, it's attention A. Woot on the satchel out, Icy keeping him back and getting the best of him. Icy delivers once more. With 10 seconds left, they might be able to get the spike down, but again, it's out of reach. Boo scoops it up, and they're committing to the plant now. G2, they don't flood, they give it up. Wanting to settle things for just a moment, spotting where they are, but that might have been their gravest mistake. Ben.G Fishy getting the ult down, getting the kill onto one. We'll have to snap one more time onto Trent. Can he deliver for G2 again? Trent creeping forward, the box on the other side, the eye comes out. Ben.G on the swing, he's gonna get tagged. Location given away. There's the swing, and Ben.G Fishy with 3. The Red Bull clutch for Team Heretics.
He does it once more. It seemed impossible. He had no space to work with. But with great finesse, he closes out. Shots were so clean. No chance in hell. And the handshakes are out now. So an answer back.
And not a moment too soon. Heretics again accelerating towards C. That's gonna get the pit out right at the very beginning. Meanwhile, Boo ulted at the same time.
While all that was happening, A space was gained by G2. So Heretics are gonna have to come back and re-clear Trent, who almost took the head off of Boo.
Yeah, almost got his taken off in exchange too.
That will make G2 have to fall back a little bit, play in that second layer. And with that, a deposit of Gen.G Fishy, who's probably feeling really confident right now to take any type of 50-50 duel. He has the door.
IC just got baited into using his ult there. He's gonna get the kill on Gen.G Fishy, but the rest of the hit is C. They've got the Nightfall to clear out the pit. For Jonah P, again, in the exact right spot, again. Leaf joins in on it, but Boo's left alone. He spammed his way through two. But those were the easy ones. Now he's gonna have to deal with Trent. He's gonna have to deal with
30
Leaf.
seconds left.
And IC. We've seen one clutch already from Heretics. It was at the hands of Gen.G Fishy, but Boo cannot pull it off.
Jonah P is doing such a good job right now, Doug, of playing around the Breach utility and the Fade utility in this case. He's sneaking around. He's like Hoot on these sites. Maneuvering around the smokes in such a way that he's catching Team Heretics sideline. 8-3 and 9. Jonah P, the professor.
There.
And an answer back once more for G2. And you imagine if this half keeps going this way, it's gonna favor the defending side. This is an attack-sided map.
G2's Sentinel utility currently posted up B. And it's not just utility, they have 3 members watching over it.
So good, the deep alarm bot. He's here for the flood in case they actually do decide to go towards B or even take A space and pivot. I wonder what the cue is for G2 to start being a little bit more proactive. Use that Fade utility front B. I mean, you don't need it when Leaf is besting Gen.G Fishy.
He's just got beams today. It looks so clean. This time, Jonah P tagged by the utility that he's done such a good job of avoiding, and it does not matter. The same result as Jonah P gets 3. Boo gets his 1. It's a consolation prize, though.
And Jonah P will close it out with 4. Already working towards another Viper's Pit. A little bit of pop shots as well at the end there. G2 looked like a completely different team this time around on this map, and this is what you were speaking of. Even in the fault line, he still gets the molly out. He's still able to connect the shots. So calm in his crosshair.
5-2 the way of G2.
Josh smiling, the crowd smiling. And a timeout for Heretics. Not too many smiles over there in that camp.
A chance to slow things down, though, and it's just around the same time that we saw G2 call their first 2 timeouts on maps 1 and 2. It was when things were, I mean, when they were down, but there was still time to adjust. There was still time to kind of make these minor changes that could potentially get you back into the half.
And they're gonna need to make some changes because the last time around they played, Rians, he was phenomenal with his Breach utility. This time, he has no assist. He's not online in the fragging department. And Woot, I mean, he's sitting at 1 kill as well. So he's not really able to enable Woot the same way that he did the first time around. That's the thing with running Breach comps. There's only so many things you can do. It's a little bit limited. And it can be so hard to even just change your timings on the stuns and stick to enable your duelist.
Rians with a nightmare of a start to this map, but he does have the Rolling Thunder.
There's no way Jonah P plays ahead of this again.
I don't think so, but I do like what I'm seeing towards B. A little bit of proactivity.
Yeah, but Benji Fishy, he's gonna get a re-clear here and potentially a kill. Oh, I think he saw Leaf back off.
There's the Rolling Thunder. G2 just give the space up. They understand that they have the lockdown from Leaf.
It's gonna be a 5-on-5 retake in this round. But Leaf has the lockdown like you were talking about. Rocket to answer back, it doesn't connect, but it gets destroyed.
What's the counter off of that? Where's the next punch coming from? Patatek pushing forward, Boo the first to fall. Patatek has played his position so nicely as bodies drop all around him. Stays up, stays alive. Now Benji Fishy joining him. Numbers still the way of the defense though. Trent weak, but still alive. And oftentimes that's enough. Jonah P with him, Valen over his shoulder. That tandem pushing forward. As Heretics have cut noise suggesting they may leave, but G2 calling them on the bluff.
30 seconds left. Last player standing.
Really nice swing, a 1-for-1, but those numbers do not add up when you're down. Valen with 3 as G2 get another round.
This time, G2, they slow it down. They play together, Doug. That's the deciding factor in not letting Heretics back into this round. And Jonah P, he's the one that opened it up for his team. But it was the trading of G2. Oh,
yeah.
that was so nice. And Valen closes it out with the trade onto site.
Those kills feel so satisfying.
Not giving Benji Fishy the ones that he got last time around.
Right.
And that's 6-2 on the defensive side of an attack-sided map like Lotus.
5 Stingers light armor for Heretics.
Cover going out.
Seems like they're gonna try to play into the chaos. That is B.
Early Omen flash from Valen gets baited out, but Trent picks off the head of Woot.
This site is often the source of bedlam. And it seems like that's what Heretics want. A little bit of chaos injected into the situation.
Oh, the
that nade over the top is beautiful. Doing a little bit of damage. They've committed to the plant. Leaf is gonna be on the flank. And Valen pushing in from the other side, but the swing is too much. It's not too much for Trent, though. Boo's gotten the spike down. We've seen him in these 1vx situations at the end of the round so many times with the exact same result.
Yeah, Valen whiffs in that moment, but even just backing up there and delaying time for Leaf to come all the way around from C. Wrap B, get that finishing blow, and deal Heretics there. 7th loss.
And of course,
This
it's
is
Trent.
That's how he gets these kills. He spammed through the wall.
Last player standing.
Can't teach that.
With a Phantom, too.
You cannot teach that. That was off the contact from Valen.
Nice!
But it's like I said. it's like I said, though.
No way.
Oh
no
my
way.
God.
If Valen drops down there, that doesn't open up the opportunity for heroics like that from Trent.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Will be another tap of the door for G2. The previous times it's been Jonah P opening that door like that and then anchoring close in that choke, waiting to finesse around his Viper smoke. This time they ping it. They know where the Viper smoke is, so maybe Heretics will have a read onto this, understanding that it's a different setup on the A site from Jonah P.
Right there.
There's still a lot of presence close by, though.
Yeah, this little off angle could be so deadly as well. If Benji Fishy tries to lurk up and doesn't hard clear it, he could get punished.
Seems like they're going to try to split B, but again, Valen's already ahead of it. He's already rotating back B. He's joined up alongside with Trent. Icy still has his nade. There's still so much utility for them to dump into here.
Spike planted.
But they give up the site. They let the spike go down.
It's going to be this battle of Jonah P and Benji Fishy that might make the difference. Who budges first? So far, Jonah P, he's playing so patient. He's got 14 kills.
A war of attrition. Meanwhile, the action starting on B. The paranoia out as Jonah P falls. Heretics look so good here. They've got a numbers advantage, but they don't really have the space. It might be okay for though. They've got the Cypher ult. Icy on the swing. Can't hold the line. Can Trent?
Come on.
One dog is all he has. The cam spotting him. Daring the swing. There's not enough he can do there. Heretics get to 3.
That was a nice post plant from Heretics. Woot going huge, getting 2 to his name towards that water area. But the deciding factor to me was Benji Fishy winning that battle against Jonah P right here. just waiting. He knew he had to lock down that broken door, which allowed his teammates to just all focus on the site.
Well, not to mention the ult, that gave him a body to use the ult off of, and that really opens everything up.
Exactly.
That makes the retake so much more difficult.
Here.
A lot of damage done, though, in that retake for G2. Only 2 players survived with guns. Still will be a full buy out of the side of Heretics, and this time around a C default. They don't need to blow the trigger on that fault line. That eye didn't connect on anybody.
My ult is ready.
That's a Fade ultimate online for both sides now after Patatek grabs that orb. I think now they're going to have Rians pressure some other spot of the map and maybe lean back towards C, or it will be just a fake. Now it looks like they're going to pressure B. That might bait out a rotation from Icy.
I mean, Heretics have so many options right now. They could just manipulate things B, they could split B through door, they could fully commit C. They've set themselves up so nicely here. Paranoia is traded and kills R2. A 1-for-1 is Valen not able to handle the aggression. Overwhelmed and outgunned. Now the first Nightfall used and the second traded as the waves collide into one another. Silence settles over the map, but it's false.
Nobody can hear anything right now. They don't even know bombs going down.
Spike planted.
Committed though, Trent on the spam. The flash will slow things down for just a moment.
One more Prowler.
Bring them down.
No info gathered whatsoever in a fault line. It's back online off a contact. Or perhaps just a delay.
Now they're filling in on the space behind it. Benji Fishy's so weak. G2 have been patient on this. They've been so patient on this, but now having to go because time is of the essence. They try striking, but they meet nothing on the other side. They find very little. I mean, does he? I don't need. He doesn't have enough time to do this. He's gonna get the kills, but the spike will go off. Heretics will get to 4.
That was an intense battle on the sites. We went Fade ult for Fade ult, nobody hearing anything. But it was that breach utility to delay that I feel like was the deciding factor in giving Heretics the edge on the trades onto the site. And Benji Fishy just bides his time on that top site. He understands that the clock has ran down too low. Clean trades from Heretics.
One more.
And a salvation to a half that G2 was just completely and utterly dominating. That's 2 in a row now for Heretics. They want to make it a third.
That fault line out will tag Woot. Meanwhile, Boost. Oh, I thought he was going to fully commit. Woot falls.
And it's that fault line, I think, that just messed up his timing. He wasn't ready for that little off angle from Valen. Man advantage to G2 now, and Leaf took all this real estate.
The trap has been set. They cannot rotate out. And Trent's playing this really nicely as well, filling in behind him. Yeah, if they give up B, so be it. They're gonna have a really nice retake angle if they commit that way, but Heretics, with the paranoia in their face, forced to dwell over whether or not they want to commit to this A site. It's getting more and more difficult. Jonah P's swing timing is perfect.
One enemy remaining.
Such a heavy advantage the way of the defense as they pick Heretics apart one by one.
Jonah P up close and personal, Doug.
Switching sides.
He's just in their face.
18, 4, and 11. What a performance from the kid, man.
Stepping up huge on this map of Lotus.
I mean, he was good on the last map too, but he's really delivering for G2 here.
Jonah is insane.
He is. I would have to agree with you entirely. Another player who's been insane this entire tournament, yeah, he's having a quieter map here, is Icy, and we've got an Omen player moments with him teed up for you guys right now.
This win versus Paper X, you know, it felt great. On split, it felt like we were able to get a better grasp of how they were playing the game and the way they game planned to prep for the game versus us. So we kind of like took that game as just something not very important just because there's more maps to look forward to. So going into the next maps, we had a good attack half on split. I think that gave us a lot of confidence, like going into the next maps because we started to attack both sides. I think Valen, our IGL, was in flow state with his calls, so it just made everything pretty easy for me as a duelist. But, you know, job's not finished, so we got to keep going, pushing forward.
Here's the push. Forsaken able to find one, tucks into the corner, sends down that Cove. They try to play a little bit more elusively in the Dizzy now. It notes him and takes him down. Trent able to play off that one. Showstopper now through, and they're so ready for it.
I think exhaustion is a big play in some of the games. I know in Americas we had a tough time dealing with the scheduling of things, and we were playing back-to-back games. But I think if we're fully prepared and rested going into the games, I think we're going to come out strong and prove people wrong. I'm happy with our performance, qualifying to Shanghai and getting the wins here against Paper X and the other teams we played against. But my expectation is to win the event, and the job's not finished.
We often talk about confidence. There's a lot of confidence brimming from that kid right there. For him to go from Tier 3 at the beginning of the year to now confidently saying at his first trip on the international stage that the expectation is to take home hardware. If that's not confidence, I don't know what is.
And he said it the best. They're not done yet. That was the narrative of that Ascent defensive side. Going into this one as well, an 8-4 half. You can't help but feel like they have complete control over this map at the moment. If Heretics want to have any resemblance of a comeback, it starts with the pistol round. The first few rounds of this map for Heretics will set the tone for the comeback.
Shadows traveling.
It's an early C default for G2. No fault line invested onto A because there was no contact there.
Orb grab by IC early on. A little refresh of the one-way from Boo.
Here.
And G2 should be aware of how Boo likes to play this side of the map. He likes to cycle the one-ways, play up close, play in your face, TP out if he has to. If they can shut him down early on, make him back up, that could be a real big opening for G2 to start manipulating the map and use that double controller.
Which is, I mean, that is objective number one if you're playing attack on Lotus.
Especially with a comp like this.
Yeah.
It looks like they're going to do just that. Still 3 players of Heretics towards the C side of the map. This is the opening spot.
Boo's the only one here. He doesn't have a TP or anything like that.
He has no escape.
He's going to tuck tail and try to get away. All he's done is found a corner, and the corner might be okay. He gets his one, deals more damage. Eventually falls.
Left.
The spike fully intent towards A now as it will get sunk into the soil of the site.
Still a paranoia online, still a nade online for Icy. Positioned to delay the heaven flood. Valen is so far away.
Oh, they don't want to go heaven. They want to take a little bit of a lower angle as they descend into the stairs.
Omen flash used early on. Icy holding onto that nade. Now he invested. It's causing chaos on the site. Valen gets an opening kill.
That's exactly what they needed. Trent. Oh, they had no idea where he was. Finally settles things, gets the shots he needs.
Enemy remaining.
The tap is all it takes. Can Benji Fishy 1v2 this with a ghost in hand? The time has been ticking for so long. There's just no way in. G2 with another pistol.
With no signs of slowing down. Jonah P sitting at 20. It's been mind-boggling. It's been fantastic. And Boo did a really good job of salvaging his life here, doing a lot of damage. But it was the crossfires on the site, and it was that Omen flash and Raze nade that Valen and Icy kept. That made it pandemonium on the site. Heretics, too much to deal with.
They don't really have guns on the other side, and then you look at the buy from G2, it's formidable. 2 rifles, a Vandal and a Guardian. If they're able to keep this clean and not drop any of those weapons, they're set up really nicely for the next round.
Benji Fishy has to die to this nade here. He just survives. I don't know how he keeps doing this. So much utility blown.
And he survives all of it.
How does he live in these moments? That's a good answer. The head-to-head, Boo shutting down Jonah P. The whole point of this anti-eco for G2 is to have stuff like that not happen. That's why the pack was towards C, Jonah P was playing so safe at A. And the moment that Jonah P creeps up at A, he gets just put down like that.
Bot coming back.
They have a lot of room to do this. It looks like they're going to flip back C, but that's where the vast majority of Heretics are playing.
But Valen is creating a distraction on this
left.
A side of the map by tapping that door and using Omen Flash.
Yeah, but when
Boo
it's,
holds his ground.
When it's a pistol, when it's an eco like this, they don't have to bite on the first thing they see because they know they're going to want to lean into the chaos anyway. So they gamble, and they gamble correctly. Trent falls, Leaf is weak. The satchels are botched. And with 10 seconds left, Icy has to go, and he has to go now. Finds the right window to strike. What was almost disaster has settled. They will get the spike down. Boo's gonna join the party, and it's a little too late.
That was almost disastrous for G2.
Remember, Boo got the opening kill to this round with the Sheriff.
Cover going out.
Still hasn't taken any damage. Leaf is very weak.
Still a Roomba online as well. They have the info.
Oh, and the nade. Everything cleaned up. Icy gets 3 on the round as G2 get to 10. That much closer.
A fortuitous round for G2. That easily could have gone the other way. They ran into the stack, into the trap of Heretics. All because of that opener from Boo. What a shot.
Spike down. C.
But in the high pressure moment, it was Icy who took the round into his own hands and opened up the entire site, allowing the bomb to be planted.
Dumpy utility at the beginning of the round. Boo taking a lot of aggressive space here. Securing the orb for Woot.
This aggressive Cypher Cam on C. Valen hears it toggle. These are the changes that G2 did not have in the previous matchup. That C Cam was up a lot of the times, securing Heretics the info that nobody was seeing.
Trent's about to deal with a lot of pressure.
He's out of there.
Gets away, but Leaf is over the top. Cleans him up. There's the counter punch. Jonah P as well. They thought they had him, and yeah, they did, but it was all a carrot on a stick.
And it was all because of that info that was denied from the Cypher Cam.
Icy investing the ult here. Benji Fishy still alive. Managing to avoid the trip. Now falls, and it wasn't off of the rocket, but they got what they were looking for anyway. Rian sucked in the smoke, takes a little bit of damage. Peppered.
Spike planted.
Although obscured. Rian's on the swing, getting one. He and Boo will have to stand strong here.
They have the utility. Omen Flash, a smoke, almost a full stun out. 2 players hit. Where's the follow-up?
Leaf is the only one who's gone undetected. And again, he's the one who saves the round. Just when they thought they had him. Of course, it's Leaf who strikes. Rian has no real way to get in here. And they don't have a ton of money. He's not going to try to save it. He will fall. G2 get to 11.
The adaptations from G2, they're so fruitful. Simple things like breaking a Cypher Cam early on. And then waiting for any type of reclear. That was a bait from the start from Trent. He's spamming, trying to break any trips. The fault line comes out because of the proactivity.
Tie that boy! Come on, baby!
But they got punished. 2 players went down on that B fight.
That's a scary sight when you look at Valen. He's got that dog in his eyes. A killer's mentality. And that's when G2 are at their best. 11-4 here. Heretics calling a timeout, the last one of the map. To go from 3 rounds away from the Mercedes-Benz Arena to this hole they've dug themselves is a wild turn of the tides.
They're gonna have to do the unthinkable. They're gonna have to do what G2 did. They're gonna have to dig deep. What do they have left in the tank? The thing is, everybody underestimates G2. Everybody counts them out. Heretics counted them out on that Ascent game. But they thrive in moments like that. It fires them up. It's going to be a head-to-head battle here for A control. A change of pace from G2. They haven't exploded out here yet. Can they punish Boo? Yes, they can.
It's that effortless. A shoddy buy, playing for a tie here. They're saving for the next.
And a freeze to the round after an opening entry. And on the mini-map, Leaf is aware that there's a deep Cypher Cam C. That's why they're all grouping up, and Jonah P is tapping this door. It's keeping all the players A. This is a perfect call. There it is, they're just gonna run it down. They know that Heretics like to over-rotate off of the cam info. And even so, they're still fainting it with utility. Wait, what's going on here? Overthinking it.
They're rotating back. This was what almost caused problems a couple of rounds ago, but this time Heretics on the rotate away. Jonah P hears him, punishes him. Patatek down. Meanwhile, Leaf is gonna catch them once more, nipping at their heels as they try to rotate back A. But realizing that the round is likely lost.
I mean, Valen just played him like a fiddle, Doug.
A flawless round to get one round away.
Match point.
What IGLing from Valen, and yeah, I mean, they probably could have just planted the bomb C and went up against a 5v4 retake, but there's no need when you're just manipulating all the rotations on the map. Footsteps being heard from Jonah P to punish.
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
25, 6, and 12. I cannot stress how much impact Jonah P has had on this last deciding map of Lotus.
Pace towards A. Leaf will explore the middle of the map on his own as the utility comes out, tries to punish, but Patty a step ahead of it.
And the world is G2's right now. They can pressure A, go against a solo Benji Fishy. They can transition into front B. Leaf, he's playing this 4-1 so well. He's listening for all the utility, relaying the information to his IGL of Valen, who can then make the deciding call. A close trip was broken. One Prowler broken, and a rewalk for Leaf.
And another kill found.
And he's out. Full advantage for G2. This could very well be it.
The Nightfall to pave the way. Benji Fishy trying to play backside the cam. No, not gonna buy him enough time here, but that will certainly help.
Traded instantly from Trent. Rians.
It's found 1-for-1 though. Rians able to punish, but they've gotten a little bit of space here. Now they're gonna get the pit. But Patatek and Boo so healthy. Patty falls. G2 looking to deal the devastating death blow onto Heretics. And what looked unreachable, what looked uncertain, will be found. G2 are headed to the Mercedes-Benz Arena.
What a war both these teams just went through. But G2, the ones resilient enough to come out on top. The mental fortitude of this team to be down 11-2 on defensive side Ascent. And the comeback being an eco round that was started by the rookie of Icy.
11-3. And then to capitalize there, you had to force. You had no other choice. That force got them here. And again, man, a roster that's been built in the face of adversity. They had offers to be broken up. They had plenty of opportunities to go their separate ways and find success elsewhere. But fully believing the process, fully committed to the plan, they stood together on a domestic soil, and now they bow together on the international stage. What a performance, man. What a comeback. And honestly, the G2 way.
I still can't believe it. I'm sure everybody out there can't believe it.
And so now they get a couple of days off. They don't have to worry about the pressure of facing elimination this early. They get to move to the biggest stages, to the brightest lights they've ever played at. And they can do so knowing they're coming through in the upper finals. That advantage is ridiculous.
It was unreal. The highlight reels now. Nice shots hit from both sides, but it was the teamwork that prevailed at the end of the day for G2.
And there's that look in Balan's eyes, man. I'm telling you.
He's a killer.
When he gets dialed in like that.
Yeah, he seems unstoppable. I mean, the way that he called the last couple of rounds even, that attacking half, he was just moving pieces to a puzzle that, I mean, I couldn't even paint the picture of.
And we talked about it so much, but the heroics of Trent and Jonah P. Ridiculous. From beginning to end, it looked like they were on their last life, and truth be told, they were. They were that close, a botch force, and we were done an hour and a half ago.
Yeah.
But they convert when they need to the most, and that's gonna get them, again, to the Mercedes-Benz Arena. We've got Leaf standing by at the Verizon post-match interview. This one's gonna be a treat. Valera, take it away.
Hello， 大家好，欢迎来到赛后采访，我是维嘉。让我们再一次恭喜 G2 赢下了本场比赛的胜利。我们也是请到了 Leaf 选手来接受我们的采访。Welcome to the post-match interview, and now I'm joined by Leaf from G2 Esports with us. Congratulations on this win, and would you like to say hi to the audience first?
Sure. Hello.
很可爱的打招呼方式。首先也想问一下 Leaf 选手，我们真的非常好奇，在亚海玄城这张地图上，他们是如何实现这么漂亮的翻盘，在一个大比分落后的情况下。So I must say your performance of Ascent was just unbelievable. It's amazing. So how did you manage to make the comeback like this?
We knew it was a map that they don't practice. It's their permaban usually, and they don't have a lot of time with their sub. So we knew the defense side was going to be easier than their attack, just because they're also playing Cypher, which is more defense-sided. I think it was just a lot of like belief, and also just like we knew exactly what they were thinking too the whole time. So it felt pretty, I wouldn't say easy, because we did have some rounds that were a little scrappy, but it felt really nice.
他说，对于这张地图来说的话，其实他们知道 Team Heretics 他们是很少有时间练习这张地图的，因为在过去这张地图可能一直都是他们的首班，所以对于他们来说，可能本身 TH 就不是很熟悉这张地图，而且对于他们来说，他们觉得可能当时来到了他们的防守方的时候，会比进攻方更好打一点。同时，当时他们觉得在面对对方的时候，可能对方有一个0嘛，在这种情况下，当他们转换这个攻防阵容的时候，也会更好打一些。同时，在比赛里，他觉得他们确实非常有信心可以赢下他们的，即使可能当时在面对一些情况的时候出了一些问题，输掉了一些分数，但是他们依然相信他们最终可以拿下比赛的胜利。虽然这并不容易，他当时想的是，但是他们也是相信自己可以拿下比赛胜利。最重要的就是相信。那接下来第二个问题也想问一下他，因为现在已经进入到了梅赛德斯奔驰，那此时此刻是什么样的心情？脑海中在想些什么呢？ So now that you took this win and you are going to head into Benz Arena, so how's the feeling and what is going through your mind right now?
I mean, that's going to be insane. It's probably going to be the best thing like I've probably played in ever. I'm really excited to see, you know, how our match against Gen.G really goes, and how the stage feels and all the people and the like aura around it. I mean, it's just exciting.
他说他非常非常的开心，真的，这可能是他最开心、最疯狂的一件事情。他非常期待和 GEN.G 在梅赛德斯奔驰的比赛，也非常期待到时候的舞台以及所有现场的观众是什么样的，会不会变得非常的热情？那现场的观众能不能再给 Leaf 选手一些热情的掌声，再鼓励一下他呢？ 那最后一个问题，也想问一下 Leaf 选手一个很简单的问题，他觉得他们夺冠的潜力到底有多大呢 ？So how do you think the potential of getting the champion title at last?
I mean, I think we have a lot of resilience. We have a good map pool. We're going to need to work on some stuff, obviously, like Icebox, not looking so good. But I think all of our heads are in it. I think it's really, you know, it just really comes down to who, like, individually is just better that day. Whoever we play, you know, whether it's through the lowers or through the uppers and stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, I think we have a very good chance.
他说他觉得他们还是非常有机会的，但是他们可能还是需要更多的练习，更多的努力，尤其是在森寒东港这张地图上，可能他觉得他们之前的发挥并没有那么的好，但是最后到底能不能拿到冠军，其实还是取决于当天所有队员的一个个人发挥啊，以及他们的个人实力。但是他还是相信他们是非常有潜力做到这件事儿的。那我们的赛后采访到这里也结束了，再一次恭喜 G2 获得了我们比赛的胜利，进入到了梅赛德斯奔驰，还有更多精彩的比赛，我们明天见。And that's all for our interview. Thanks for joining me again. Congratulations again. Good luck on the upcoming matches.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Oh, G2, they have done it. After the first map, I think a lot of us had some questions, but it was all answered on Lotus.
I mean, after the first map and after the first, checks notes, 11 rounds of that game, that was one of probably the craziest comeback I've seen since what, Loud Fnatic at the lock-in finals? That was absolutely ridiculous that they managed to rally that back. Amazing mental resiliency by G2. They just keep making these comebacks happen, and a beautiful Lotus to end things out.
Exactly, just carrying the momentum, closing things out. On the other side, Heretics, it looked a little bit defeated. Every single piece of utility that G2 was using, even the picks, the read that they had on the game was impalud. So, you know, congratulations to them. It was a very deserved.
It absolutely was. I mean, it was just a Jonah P. masterclass, it felt like, at the end of that
The
Lotus
professor was
game.
giving a lecture?
Yes. And just if you think about the history of this G2 team, deciding to stay together down in Tier 2 after not making partnerships, grinding there, going all the way to Ascension, then their first year in Americas falling flat at kickoff, then in Stage 1 making it by 2 rounds to even get in playoffs, and now a comeback here in Shanghai to make the Mercedes-Benz.
I mean, we talk about fairy tale runs, right? This could be one of those.
Yeah.
It could be one of those. But this is the thing, if we take a look at the bracket, we talked about this at the top of day. If you lose today, you have to fall into that lower bracket and face Foot and PaperX tomorrow.
Exactly. It happens tomorrow. The other two teams, of course, are going to have like a 4-day break before we see. It's enormous. Like 4 days at this point in the tournament, especially with. Hear me out. Gen.G was amazing today. I think that I thought that they had peaked already, and they proved me wrong. Like what we saw was beautiful. They keep going up. And for G2, with the mistakes that they've made and things that they need to polish, they're gonna, you know, make beautiful use of that time. But then tomorrow, another EMEA team's going home. We know that. And then 100 Thieves faces PaperX.
What are your thoughts on that? I really thought that my prediction was the top 3 of this tournament would be Gen.G, PaperX, and 100 Thieves.
Yeah.
Both of these teams, PaperX and 100 Thieves, I think everyone in the community had high hopes for. I think a lot of people had this on their cards as the final of Masters Shanghai. And now in the early stages of this lower bracket, one of them is guaranteed to be going home. That is going to be a banger of a match and
certified
brutal.
banger?
I cannot believe it.
Sorry.
That's impressive.
You're going to say at least once, Mimi, before we close it out.
No.
Just exercise
I'll
that
contain
power
myself.
one time.
It's a normal banger.
Oh, no. We'll bring it back tomorrow. But thank you very much, you two. And thank you very much, even you guys at home, for watching. We have more certified bangers coming up tomorrow. Thank you for joining us, and we'll see you then. Bye. Two of the best teams of this tournament so far are about to go up against each other, and things could get really spicy. You heard it there from Gen.G. If Busio were to stand up against them today, they're just going to tell him to sit down.
Tailwind already burned, but now the reinforcements arrive. It's going to be Munchkin Lockett collecting one apiece. Lockett doubling up, tripling up. In fact, Gen.G up by 3. Nothing to try to interrupt that one. Mixture here, back yellow. But it's going to be Munchkin who's filling the kill feed. But Munchkin gets himself an ace. Connecting in on top of it, not going to be able to clear this one. Texture going to be taken down. 4 players detained. Absolutely everyone caught. This round, it's a massacre. Busio, what a catastrophe for Gen.G.
Baby, go bring this shit back. Let's get it, baby. Come on, keep this shit. Nice snowball. That was a good round.
And those kills, Gibbs the Thrash. Over here to lock, yep, bang. Up top to detain, through, and they cannot find the kills. Gen.G will put their feet down and close out Icebox 13-10. Again, they attempted the entry, but bang in the same position. Gets the same players, but this time he gets Munchkin on top.
Come on, we got this shit.
up into window, and Munchkin not reading that he's being shot at whatsoever. Protection out does come in, manages to find that backstab, and cannot displace Asuna, who holds down the site. Pop Flash gonna be sent in, Munchkin doing a decent amount of damage. Texture collecting 2. Into the back to push forward, Texture putting himself a 3rd, looking for the 4th. Meteor delivering the final headshot. The fluttery take attempt coming in as Karan able to find 2 quick kills, and Karan's got the headshot to give Gen.G the lead. EU a little bit late to react, still finds 1, but now dead. Busio alone, can't make it happen. Munchkin with 3 will get Gen.G another round win. Pings him though, spray across it, looking to try to take him down. Asuna as well, gonna be noted as Meteor finds 1, finds 2, gets himself a 3rd. 13-10, once again, Gen.G, they are back. Madrid form once again. They take down the America's #1 seed.
Oh, it feels like deja vu out here. It wasn't that long ago when we saw both of these teams on this very stage, and it was G2 that came out on top. But this time around, things are very, very different, and the map pool is absolutely bonkers.
And Wu goes over the top. There's no way Leaf knows. And then they have so much KG utility on the other areas of the map to be able to keep things back. Wu snap again.
Trent uses this Hunter's Fury. He's going to get flanked.
He's a sitting duck. The Knives looking to get active, but forget about it. Benji Fishy gets his 4.
The Heretics are able to do this and actually explode with their own. But Valen, he's woken up.
He was quiet in the first half, but Rians might just be louder. Just when it seemed like G2 had something going, Heretics slammed the door on him. 13-7 as Icebox goes their way. Meanwhile, Heretics finding success at every step of the way. So they're able to find safe passage and apply pressure onto Trent, but the pressure is going the other way. Now the Molly, Wu dropped. 13 seconds left. Jonah P holds the line. 3 found, make that 4. Not really finding any safety, and it's not going to get any better with Trent and the Odin holding the line. First it was Jonah P, now it's Trent.
Boo's up. You're stupid, Boo.
We thought they were done. We thought they were dusted. But they're plenty alive. Lotus to decide it all. Waiting to strike, he spots 1, cleans him up, daring the challenge on the 2nd, and Patatek never saw him. Jonah P with 3. Settle things for just a moment, spotting where they are, but that might have been their gravest mistake. Getting the ult down, getting the kill onto 1, we'll have to snap 1 more time. Location given away. There's the swing, and Benji Fishy with 3. It looks so clean. This time, Jonah P tagged by the utility that he's done such a good job of avoiding, and it does not matter. Patatek has played his position so nicely. Really nice swing, a 1-for-1, but those numbers do not add up when you're down. Come on! And with 10 seconds left, Icy has to go, and he has to go now. Finds the right window to strike. What was almost disaster has settled. They will get the spike down, and what looked unreachable, what looked uncertain, will be found. G2 are headed to the Mercedes-Benz Arena.